Buenos días desde Buenos Aires, nuevamente hoy con un día por fin primaveral después de mucho frío.
Morning. Thank you for being here on this third day of the 12th session or the 12th edition of the South School of Internet Governance. We have a day that involves cybersecurity, cybercrime, with our keynote speakers. The program right now becomes more technical and then social issues and more strategic issues like ethics and other topics. And we have a keynote speaker for the region that is Oscar Robles Garay. He's a good fellow. He always supporting the school. He plays a key role in presiding a very important organization for the region. I don't know if you remember yesterday's presentation addressed by Nicolas Antoniello and ICANN's presentation. There was something that they mentioned that was IP addresses and the good thing for the operation of or the good operation of internet. And if you ever need IP addresses to find servers and websites, what are you going to find? Can I request it to the government? No. NIC Argentina? No. Do you buy them in the grocery store? No. So where are you going to find the strategic resource that is so critical for the operation of the internet? In our region, the organization that is responsible for that is LACNIC, that is the Regional Internet Registry, and Oscar presides this important crucial organization for our region, and is the right now that it provides us with virtual events, the internet. It's great that we have this organization. Let me welcome Oscar, that is fully supportive of our organization and our school. He wrote a book, and I know that LACNIC is organizing large meetings during the year, and precisely this meeting, we have the LACNIC meeting. So thank you for squeezing in your topic in your busy agenda. I don't know where you're going to hold this meeting, but I know that it's a virtual meeting right now. We have a lot of people in the attendance right now. We have 34 countries present in this virtual event, so let's welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking part in the South School of Internet Governance. It's a great pleasure to be here. Hope you're healthy. And thank you for inviting me to participate addressing this talk. I wanted to talk precisely about the challenges that we're faced with in the region in connection with internet development. I didn't know where to start since we have many, many challenges ahead of us. Some of them are out of our scope of influence. So I wanted to spend some time to talk about some of the challenges that I see that there's more likelihood to be involved with, especially for those that are very, very involved and committed to these topics. I'm going to share the four challenges or the four pillars. Let me share my presentation so we can review these topics. Can you see the presentation? Okay, good. Thank you. So let me address the four challenges. We have the challenge of access or social inclusion or digital inclusion. Then involving academia, I'm going to tell you how it becomes relevant during these times. Also, the challenge of accelerating IPv6 deployment. This is not a technical and it's not something related to the engineers or architecture that it becomes with clean architecture. Right now is has become strategic for the state. And then finally, another challenge encompasses other challenges in the region that is an issue that revolves around the whole world and is sustainable decision making. First of all, first and foremost, before delving into these topics, as Olga has introduced me, let me address LACNIC as one of the five regional registries responsible for domain name or domain numbers. Those are the numbers that devices use, whether it is a smartphone or a PC, wearable, any device, sensor in the 4.0 industry, in farms, a traffic light, a supercomputer, a satellite, geostationary satellite that it connects remotely to the internet. So all these sort of devices connected to the internet require a numeric or a number ID. And LACNIC is the one that is a non-for-profit organization established in Norway since 2002. We have more than 11,000 members in 33 countries in the region. So we have carriers, ISPs, internet service providers, large and small ones. In sometimes are small and remote enough in the mountains in the Andes, and companies, business, academia, governments, and final users. So, in case you have a question, let me address now the first challenge. The challenge is how we achieve digital inclusion in areas that are not that do not employ some business for the traditional carriers. If we cannot include that 50% of that population is because it's not a business for carriers. That is sad. However, we need to think that if they are not going to be of interest, they probably won't be in the future either. So we need to target to 5G solutions, and we're far from connecting these areas with 5G because it provides higher speed with higher density of antennas or radios for densely populated or highly populated areas with a high socioeconomic level. And 5G coverage is going to be smaller than 4G and smaller than 3G. So that is not a solution for having and providing access to the region. And if we consider that the Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the highly affected areas that are highly punished, probably is on average $6 or $8 on a monthly basis, we see that this is highly affected, imposes a greater challenge, and it's not really likely that the solutions are going to come with a traditional way of solving things. Now, providing access to remote places like the rural sector or in the most vulnerable sectors of society is not going to come out of the traditional model. It requires creative, diverse solutions, innovative solutions. So the state plays or should play a key role. It would help with the digital strategies at the national level, at least, could consider this, like promoting digital inclusion with creative solutions and to place priority upon digital inclusion instead of spectrum collection because the operator or the carrier doesn't know if they are ready to collect revenue or if they promote social or digital inclusion. If they target to digital inclusion, it's going to be more it will be a more strategic and effective digital strategy. But it shouldn't come from the state only or from the part of carriers. The community plays a key role as well. We heard about community solutions through community networks where some of the inhabitants found a solution and they required the state or the regulatory agencies to have some regulation in place that would facilitate the use of these resources to have entities that are non for profit and they do not trade these services, like, for example, the rural sector or the indigenous, aboriginous people have had very, very good results having permits to exploit a secondary frequency. I believe this happened in Mexico and in Argentina, and probably in some other countries in our region. In Brazil, they involve the community in this way. This indicates with the blue line that we have the market share here on the right of small ISPs. In blue, you can see that it grew the in versus market share of the large carriers. There are more than 15,000 small SMEs or small ISPs just in Brazil. So it's a huge market because of its size, but it gives us an idea of the way that the rest of the community has become involved in order to provide a solution. It didn't come out of the traditional carriers, nor by the state, or neither by the state nor from regulations. And I see that some other countries in the region, precisely Mexico and Argentina, have been promoting that the regulators could facilitate that ISPs could retrade or remarket the incumbent services without being illicit or illegal services. A clear example of this of how 15,000 carriers or ISPs reached 60% of the coverage in such a large country and socially diverse such as Brazil. Another thing is large companies with major projects like low orbit satellites or high orbit satellites, having a mechanism to irradiate or transmit the internet in remote areas. We have 3 or 4 initiatives underway. I'm sure that you have heard about that. So you may think that if these are solutions that could be reached by large companies as well. For example, the Kambal project, that is the website wifi.org. It's a very simple project organized by Mexicans carrying the internet to the rural sector, to some schools that are located in farms. So basically, they have Wikipedia, educational videos, tens of thousands and millions of articles. They place that in a small computer, and they take it physically. They take physically the device to these schools. So having this, they have a way of having the internet. It's not the internet as we know it. However, it's something better than the thing that they have because they lack having access to these resources. So these kind of creative solutions serve this challenge. And I'm fully convinced that there should be in the region many more ideas in this regard that may contribute to tackle this challenge. It's not only that we need to resolve on the part of the state or on the from the carrier's point of view. The other thing is how do we involved, academia involved in this connected or internet connected topic and tap its role, neutral role. Because if we trace back to the 80s and then to the 90s, the academic sector was strictly linked to the efforts made of connectivity by our countries. And here we have 12 countries in which the academic sector played a key role that they led the connectivity of the internet. Here you have the list. There may be another country that is not included here. It's not an exhaustive list. However, this provides enough evidence that this academic sector played at that time. So we may think that this is not so much transcendental. It may not be today. However, if we trace back to 30 years ago, this decision was less natural of what it is today. And it was not only less natural, but it was riskier because we have thousands of organizations. Universities did not have connectivity. We require many resources, and the cost was very high. So the possibility of failing was pretty high. However, the universities became innovators and played a key role in leading change and a paradigm shift in communications, and they were basically playing a key role in leadership through this connection. And I believe academia should keep playing this key role, becoming involved in these topics that we are analyzing. Since it is neutral, because it's not an economic stakeholder, business stakeholder, they play a key role in the development of the internet, in interconnection by defining standards, innovation, best practices, and in security. Not only do they have or do they play a key neutral role from the business point of view, but also they may gather different ways of thinking, idiosyncrasies, political ideologies in a widespread sector in the community. I'm not going to delve into details that I am addressing here. However, I'm going to mention quite a few to exemplify why the academia needs to keep a role of leadership. I know that sometimes they keep this role, it's not new to them, but it's an ongoing effort. However, if some academicians are here present, probably they could wonder if they could play a key, more predominant role. For example, in interconnection of red networks. Even though the academic sector has their own or have their own networks with advanced networks among countries where they have their own interconnectivity, they shouldn't behave as final users because the final users connect to the carriers or an ISP and that's it. So that is the objective. They are connected to the internet and that's it. However, they may have a backup connection just in case there's a lack of connectivity. However, these universities should consider the possibility of being interconnected to other carriers because they have a very widespread community. They are very active, and they act as an access provider connecting a community that is pretty large. So if we interconnect that with other operators or largers, this would result in internal benefits for teachers, students, and employees. They are being connected out of their homes, cafeteria, restaurants, and different ISPs, and they may enjoy a better connectivity to resources. If they are not interconnected today, given the pandemic today, the teachers and their communities connected out of their own network, they are having difficult connectivity issues or major connectivity issues to their resources. So the major challenge is an internal challenge here. However, the larger benefit is for the community because once they establish multiple interconnection points at the local level, they may gather an increasingly number of stakeholders where they may share an access point. And in some of the countries, this has been formalized by traffic exchange points or IXPs locally and regionally. It promotes also a more effective interconnection, reduces latency, that is a delay that we have in many applications. Gamers are going to enjoy this. Not only for it's going to be good for entertainment, but also for security and applications that demand lower latency. And it also promotes building upon a technical community since we gather many stakeholders discussing the operation or the interoperation or interoperability of the internet. This is just one of the challenges. Also, we have standards or global standards definition and how they can contribute to developing this collaborative initiative that is the internet and from the neutral standpoint. In terms of innovation, for example, we have multiple solutions over the internet that, given its nature, is difficult for companies to deploy that at first. And the academic sector is a natural platform for innovations like IPv6, then SEC, RPKI, BGPSEC, NTS will become more stable and robust. Operation or operational best practices like implementing their own policies, and then security, which is not a minor technology issue. It requires technological tools, know how, and it's a key element in serving the incidents is the coordination of all the stakeholders or the actors that participate in the connectivity, asset management that are key for this community. And the academia plays a key neutral fundamental role that is a key element to reach that collaboration with the stakeholders, whether it is government, the financial sector, businesses, academic sector. So not only plays a key role in their own response center, but also in the local response centers and promoting other response centers at the business level, industry, and sectorial level in a way to contribute to developing society. And these are some of the key aspects that we could all benefit from if academia plays this role and maintains this role in the event or in the cases where they were able to keep playing this role. And then we have the acceleration of IPv6 deployment. I know that we have revolved around this issue being LACNIC, but let me tell you why this has become strategic. The level of global IPv6 development is that one out of the three packets that are carried over the internet is already IPv6. And this may be good or bad, but one out of four packets is for Latin America. We're more or less in the same orders. One out of four in Latin America is already IPv6. Now, the issue is that since we have averages, we have high levels for Mexico, Uruguay, Brazil, Ecuador, and Peru that are pretty high, but the rest of the countries have lower levels. Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, that are smaller countries, and that any change could change these trends. But out of the 33 countries, we have only 5 that are in these levels, and sometimes they have very, very low levels. But why does it become strategic? Why is it important for people that are not? that technical. First of all, we need to consider that we need to connect more than 220 million people in our region. And 6 months ago, there were only 1 million IPv4 addresses left. Right now, it's worse. There are no longer any IPv4 addresses. Yesterday, as Olga was saying, we reported the depletion of the IPv4 space. For practical purposes, sometimes we recover one, it may be delegated. However, we do not have any. The 2,000 delegations that we did in a year, we do not have any more. And probably we could delegate 10% in the next 12 months out of the 2,000 delegations that we did on a routine basis. If we want to connect all these people in the next years, we better have social inclusion projects and access projects in place that are targeted to IPv6. Otherwise, they're going to fail. If the state has digital coverage, they need to consider IPv6. If not, they're going to fail. So let's be positive. For social digital inclusion initiative should be designed on IPv6. The second reason why this is strategic is that if we cannot cover the 220 people that we have, we cannot connect tens of thousands of or millions of internet devices that are going to be connected with Internet of Things. It's not science fiction. It's not having the crystal ball. This has become a reality. We estimate that we have more than 5 or million or 10 million internet devices, like the Internet of Things, smart city solutions, Industry 4.0, wearables, and the different smart homes, sensors, with all the bells and whistles. Sometimes they stack an IP and they may have their own IP. So it's going to be tens of millions of devices being connected. If we want to enjoy or tap fulfilling the promise of the Internet of Things in the next few years, we better consider IPv6 and to accelerate its deployment in order to fulfill the promise of the Internet of Things, smart cities, Industry 4.0, wearables, etc. And lastly, the third reason why this has become strategic is because IPv4 cannot enable the traceability of transactions before the crime commission. If we ever had a crime committed in IPv4, it would be difficult by the institutions or the enforcement law institution or agencies could identify those people that made that transaction. Since it doesn't have this characteristic or feature, it promotes that the state creates massive over vigilance. It may be an excuse, but we shouldn't have any excuses. With IPv6, we'll create privacy, and there's no excuse to have this over vigilance on the part of the state on the internet in given the current situation. That's why, because of these three things, IPv6 has become strategic, and we think that this is a wake-up call, especially right now that IPv4 has been depleted. One of the variables that we should consider for carriers, telecommunication carriers, is not how much benefits or what's in for me when we finish deploying it, but we need to make sure to factor in the equation all these costs, like maintaining IPv4 addresses. There are many costs that are not being considered. So therefore, the decision-making process has been incomplete. And they fail to realize that they are assuming or assuming higher costs with the deployment of IPv4. Is IPv6 for everybody? Yes, it is. But does it work for everybody? Unfortunately, it does not. However, there are many carriers that they have been deploying IPv6 gradually, and it can be used without any difficulties, and it's proven that this is sustainable and interoperable. IPv6 solutions is not something that ISPs can do or users can do, but it implies more benefits for the stakeholders. So it is important that these efforts made could be promoted as we've done in the past, or we did in the past in Argentina with this coalition to deploy IPv6. They did a very good, that provided us, or that had very good results when we made these efforts. Lastly, the challenge on sustainable decision making. In the near future, or sooner rather than later, developed countries are going to be those that make sustainable decisions in time because we have limited resources, increasingly limited. Opportunities to try this are going to be limited, and there are going to be zero opportunities to fail because there are more complex decisions that does not allow to have costly smart solutions that will take a lot to roll them out. And especially in the case of failure, they do not work. So the decision making process should be more sustainable in time, having more smarter regulations. The lack of regulation is more intelligent sometimes. Smarter or more intelligent citizens, but not from the cognitive point of view, but fully committed, involved in the citizenry and in the political will, interested in their own rights. Where large corporations could become smarter also, but we're not talking about that they should be more intelligent and or do more business. No, they should be less ambitious and more involved in the long-term sustainability than in the quarterly results, providing a better service to the community and the decision-making process embedded in the internet that was the open internet that opened so many opportunities. And it's not an internet that they are promoting, well, or that they are creating that is a closed, more regulated internet, having the fear with the privacy issues and some of the challenges that implies. Also, smarter governments involving multi stakeholders in aspects that transcend the technological point of view. The solutions provided or served by the state are not a solutions. They have a multi-pillar, multi-dimensions solution, including multi-holders, like for example, urban mobility, exploitation, and the use of natural resources, environment, the country trademark, massive over vigilance and digital security should involve multi-stakeholders on the part of the state that they are affected by the decisions that states make. And it's not only the ISPs or the private sector initiative, because always we have an economic interest at stake there. It's okay, but you should involve neutral stakeholders like the academic sector. And if we include these people proactively, it could become a transcendental stakeholder to strike a balance with the discussions in forums. And finally, to draw some conclusions, I told you four challenges that require the involvement of these stakeholders. Some of them highly focus on academia because it's the main stakeholder in our daily lives in Latin America. I hope our hopes and expectations are that they assume that role or that they keep the key leading role, depending on the university. But we users should be involved, pursuing solutions for access, promoting solutions to deploy IPv6, and also to participate actively in our communities. Sometimes we complain or we are critical of the economies of our region or of our country pursuing development compared to central countries. And here we have 3 or 4 opportunities or challenges that they may affect the development of the internet, and eventually we could affect the development or promote the development of society. Thank you very much. I think you cover all the topics of the School of Internet Governance, especially what you mentioned in terms of IPv6. That may be the great wave of demand of IPv6 addresses, like because of the Internet of Things, smart cities. So the role played by LACNIC is fundamental. So I urge you to visit their website because you have a lot of schools taught in different languages. You have a 3 language website which could benefit users that want to have access to this content. I'm sure that you're going to request, or people are going to request, your presentation. So if you can share the PowerPoint with us, we can share it in turn with some of the students. Unfortunately, I have 2 people waiting in the waiting room. So I wish you the best for the LACNIC meeting. Greetings, and thank you very much for being here and for fully supporting our school. Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. Oscar and Adrian say hi. They're here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Oscar and Adrian. And I wish you the best. Stay healthy. Thank you. Let's go for a break. And we will have later Christopher Painter and Olaf Coleman from the GFCE Foundation Board.
Seguimos ahora con una charla súper interesante. Voy a empezar en español, pero voy a pasar a inglés rápidamente.
We are going to continue with a very interesting talk. I'm going to start in Spanish, but then I'm going to switch to English. We're going to talk about the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. I have two speakers.
Hi, Olaf, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, how are you, Olga?
Very good. Welcome to the South School of Internet Governance, now virtual.
Hola.
Hola, Olaf. I hope I would have you here and share a nice meal and a nice Malbec with us in Buenos Aires, but you know how it is. It's virtual, but luckily we are together thanks to the internet. And thank you very much for joining us this morning. We have a quite broad virtual audience. We always had remote participation in the school, but this time, I don't know why, for being virtual, we have fellows from all over the world. And we have translation English, Spanish, so that that might have helped, but it seems to be the case that those of us are more into participating in this virtual events from everywhere. So we have a quite broad audience. From very young people to different ages of professionals. So thank you very much for being with us this morning. And you both are leaders of this Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, and you both are recognized professionals in technology and in cybersecurity, especially from perhaps with more governmental background. Chris Painter, for those of you who don't know him, he was special advisor to President Obama in the government of the United States, and now he is a founding member of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And Olaf Korkman, he is a fellow, he's worked for Internet Society, but at the same time, he's a very well-recognized expert in technology and also a member of the board of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. So I would like you to share with us some comments about the Global Forum, especially I have seen Chris going all over the world, in Africa, in other continents when there was possible for us to travel. So what's the role of this Global Forum in relation with developing economies? We have most of the audience is from the Americas, from Latin America, but also we have fellows from other developing countries. So maybe you can share with us what's the role, what's the expectation, and what you do in the Global Forum. I don't know who wants to start, if Chris or Olaf.
Maybe I can start and Olaf can chime in, and hopefully we make this conversational. Yes, you're right, Olga. I used to travel all over the world, but for the last 6 months I haven't. So I'm going, this is the longest I haven't been on a plane in about 25 years. So it's a little, I've been virtually everywhere. I've been virtually in this last week all over the world, but that's not the same. And I did drink a Malbec last night, but it's not the same as
okay.
Well, so let me give you a little history first. I mean, one of the things that we have, both Olaf and I think you as well, and I want to thank you, Olga, and the great work the South School has done over the years. I've been very pleased to participate in several of your sessions, and I think it's really important as a key form of capacity building itself. And one of the things that I think we've heard constantly, there are lots of debates about norms in cyberspace, about technical standards in cyberspace, about deterrence in cyberspace, about almost anything you can think of. But undergirding or foundational to all those issues is this idea of capacity building, and particularly for developing countries. There's a UN process going on now called the Open-Ended Working Group. So every country in the world is part of that. It's had several meetings, and it's been striking to me that how many countries have raised the issue of capacity building, given all these other difficult issues out there, because that is, as I said before, sort of a foundational pillar to even doing any of these other things. Capacity building is critical for countries on a technical level, building their defenses, being able to respond to threats. But it's also critical on a policy level. How they organize their government, how they engage internationally, how they engage in these discussions in the UN is really critical. So So a number of, and another, I think, basic tenet of capacity building is there's not enough of it. There's not enough resources for it, and there's not enough of it. And when I used to be at the State Department in the US, we used to joke that the same 3 people in a particular country got trained by 5 different countries without any coordination between them. And that doesn't make sense given that we don't have as many resources in this area as we should. So the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise was originally set up by the Dutch government as part of the series of conferences called the London Process to address this issue, to help coordinate cyber capacity building around the world, to up the profile of this issue, and particularly to help developing countries get the help they need from not just other states, but from other stakeholders. It is a multi-stakeholder platform, which is really important and makes it very unique. So it's not just countries. I think there are 63 countries that are participating, or the private sector, civil society, and academia. It's all of them. And we have, I think, a total of 135 or 140 members and partners right now from all over the world. And so that's really critical. That multi-stakeholder aspect is really critical. And its goal is to be a pragmatic, action-oriented, and flexible platform for international collaboration that reduces the overlap and duplication on cyber capacity building and also helps raise the awareness of this issue. And more practically, I think, to really help countries get the help they need from a range of different stakeholders. So, and that's not, as I just said, it ranges from everything from capacity building with some of the technical issues like, incident response issues, to policy capacity building, national strategies, and others. And I can go a lot more in depth on that. I'd say one of our partners has been the Organization for American States in the region you're in, and that's been a key partner as we go forward. But we also have members including various UN institutions, countries from around the world, as I said, civil society, academia, and industry, and that's been very successful. Now, I can go into a lot more detail, and I will, because we have some time, about how we're structured to meet that challenge and what that means to the developing world. But maybe I'll ask Olaf if he has some general comments before I dive into that more specificity.
No, I think that is about right. From a technical perspective, you come from a government background, Chris. I come from a more technical background, and also there we see that the clue needed to engage in cybersecurity and internet security is thinly spread, and creating the human capacities and the tools needed to effectuate that capacity is one of the more important things to get to cybersecurity. What is very important, at least from my perspective, cybersecurity is never a centralized effort. It's always a spread effort. It is something that people have to engage on the local level, on the regional level, on the global level, but always, on a sort of close to where the sources of problems are, or close to where the effect of problems are, and that makes it a hard type of thing to implement. Timescales are often much faster than we're used to. Much faster than we used to in terms of policy responses and so on and so forth. And having good trained policy people and technology people that are able to find each other, that can take actions, that are empowered a priori to take actions, that know and understand local laws and local limitations, and global norms and global limitations, is something that is important. And I, that part of capacity building is, I believe, something that we can contribute to in all levels.
Yeah, and I'd say that two things, general comments before we get more into specificity. As I said, this started off as a Dutch initiative with other partners, industry and other country partners, back in not that long ago now, 2015, 2015, so just 5 years ago. It's grown significantly since that. And one of the key things, which brings Olaf and I into this, although we worked with this group before, is that it's now been spun off by the Dutch government to be an independent foundation. So it now, I think, is being set up for the future to have long-term sustainability. It's not tied to any one particular government or any one particular entity. It's a global platform. We're focusing not just on global issues, but also regional issues. That's one way we're going forward, and so that's really important. The other general comment is that, as I mentioned earlier, cyber capacity building, just like cybersecurity as a whole, has gotten a little bit of a short shrift. It's been seen as this boutique issue a little bit. I think COVID might help change that, just because we understand how dependent we are on things like these technologies to connect with each other. And of course, there are cybersecurity issues and risks there. But we really need to make it more of a national security priority, an economic security priority, a diplomatic priority. There's been good work moving it in that direction, even in this region, but I just think we need to step up our game on that. So with that, Olga, if you're willing, I can go a little more into detail about how the GFC works and some of the mechanisms we have set up.
If you could share with us how it works, and also say, for example, that a regional country would like some advice or some help from GFCE on how to organize a capacity building. Well, now it's virtual, but maybe in the future we are able to travel. Maybe if you can give us an idea. We have a broad audience, but like 20% of the audience, it's people who work with governments in Latin America. So that could be a good message to them to have in mind what you do.
Yeah, and first I should say the barrier to entry is very low. Certainly we are looking for and happy to have other folks join our organization. It's a networked organization, as Olaf said. And so I think that's very important. And I will point you to two things. One, our website, which has lots of information, which is www.thegfce.org. One of us will type it in the chat to everyone, just so everyone has it. But so that's where a lot of resources are. But also there's the GFC Secretariat, which is based in The Hague in the Netherlands. And if any country or other entity is interested in being involved, we will be happy to make sure that they connect with them and we can go forward. Our next meeting, our next general meeting is coming up in, it looks like end of November or beginning of December. It will be virtual, sadly, like everything else. But I think that's a key opportunity. And just a little on the way we're organized. So, there are certain pillars, I think, of activities that GFC is trying to promote. One, which is a key one, as I mentioned before, is this idea of coordination. So coordinating cyber capacity building projects to avoid duplication of efforts, which is really important. Two is, and that's done, this is a community. So it's a community of lots of different members who meet virtually now, but also meet in person. And so that helps that coordination. Knowledge sharing is another. So how do we share all the good things that are out there? Some products the GFC has created itself on things like incident response, on national strategies. But there's a lot of things out there in the world that people don't even know about. And so recently the GFC christened a new thing, a portal called the Civil Portal, which has all of the stuff there. And we're building the catalog of things available on capacity building in all the different areas that are critical. And so that's accessible to folks as well. The clearinghouse function goes very hand in glove with the coordination. So what this means, I call it the matchmaker function. So if a country comes to the GFC and says, we need help, just as you said, Olga, we need help. Sometimes they're not even sure what they need help with, right? So there's almost a process of figuring out what they really need and what level they need it at. And often, the most important thing in the beginning is having a national strategy. Now, as you know, the OAS has done lots of good work in this region on national strategies, and that's been important. Or having a national level CERT or CCERT. Again, the OAS has played a big role in the region here. But if they need something like that, then we can match donors, people who have capability and money, implementers, those who actually implement these programs, and the people who need it. And we can do that in such a way that they get what they need, but we also track the progress over time. So that clearinghouse or matchmaking function is critically important. And the fourth is a relatively new one, which is the cyber capacity building research agenda. So we recognize that we can't do everything, obviously. We really depend on our members and partners. But there are gaps out there. There are lots of great researchers out there, but there are also gaps. So we should take those gaps, we should figure out what those gaps are. And if we can actually help commission research in those areas, that's critical. So this research agenda was just set up. There's a new steering group for this within the GFCE to identify those areas and to try to help fund and encourage them. So those are the procedural areas. And then under that, or as part of that, we've broken ourselves into various working groups. And Olaf has put the website on the screen.
I also wrote it in the students are in the different, we have different Zoom rooms that they are merged together into a video signal.
Okay.
So it's complex, but I did include the link in the chat for the students. So I already, but thank you, Olaf, for doing that.
I appreciate that. So the themes, one of the things we did a couple of years ago after what we had a big meeting in New Delhi in India, and India is a core member of the GFC as well, is to create working groups on specific areas. So there's one working group on cybersecurity policy and strategy. So that's national strategies, as I talked about before. And we've done some work in comparing countries where they are in national strategies, their first one, their second one, their sometimes their third or fourth one. But we also broke that group into two. So we have task forces. We have that task force, but another task force that deals with norms and international law and confidence building measures and diplomacy. Not trying to negotiate new things, but to try to implement them and get awareness out. And we've done some products there, like a product of what's happening on cyber CBMs, confidence building measures. So that's group one. We have a group on cybercrime, which is obviously a big issue many countries are dealing with. We have a group on cyber incident management and critical information protection, and that has task forces too. So that's things like how do you deal with certs and CSerts, and FIRST has played a big role in that. And then we have one on cybersecurity culture and skills. Like this is awareness raising, but it's also education and workforce development. And we have one on standards as well, which is we're kind of refocusing a bit. But those are the substantive areas that we use to carry out this mission. And there's been a lot of work over the last couple of years to use those groups to carry this forward, to create products, but also more and more to reach out and get countries the help they need. And that's really the critical thing. And as we hear this raised again and again, in the UN and other places, that's important. And again, I should also say, one of the things we're trying to do is also have a regional focus. So we've been working, as I said, very closely with the OAS. Actually have talked to Belly and the OAS folks, all the time as ways to work in this region, but we're very happy again to be here. So with that, I'll pause for a second, ask Olaf if there's things he wants to add to that sort of long intervention I did, and then try to be more conversational with anyone who has questions.
No, I think you covered it all. I think it's very important for people to realize that the Global Forum and its directorate, secretariat, I should say, is in fact a network organization. We're trying to bring together capacities from all over the place, and bring them together to the places that need them. If you look at the website to what we've accomplished, then you will see a large number of meetings that we have organized. I believe the number is 52, but don't hold me to it. And those meetings, for instance, have been trainings to local communities. I remember having been involved with my ISOC hat on, where we brought together policymakers and technologists to talk about the implementations of internet security standards. So that's a very specific area and specific niche in capacity building, but that's the sort of thing that the GFCE is trying to do. Define those niches, find those niches, and bring local experts together with global experts and experts from other places to exchange information, exchange experience, and come out better prepared, or with a plan, or in a very practical way contribute to cyber capacity. I think, yeah, you answered the question already, Chris, but the question that you asked is really that matchmaking program that we have, where we really, open up to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 countries and try to help them along with making sure that we understand what is being asked and try to match other countries' expertise, because usually this is a country thing, not necessarily a private sector thing within a locality, and help them build a policy or an agenda or a strategic vision or something like that.
Let's say that we have a country or a government that wants to get in touch with you. Would be through the website, sending information, get in touch with some part of the staff. How should they proceed?
The best way is through the website. Yeah. There is contact information there. But frankly, if there's anything that we can do as board members, we can make introductions. Okay. That will work too, or anybody in the network can help you there. But yeah, the website is the best place to get started. Send a mail to the secretariat, and somebody will be assigned to your case, and we'll work it out.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, we don't have much time now. We have a very tight agenda. Thank you very much for being with us. I hope you are both safe and in good health and staying at home, working from home. I send you my best regards from Argentina here, and we have regards from many students that are saying that they know you and they send you regards, and also Adriana and Oscar, who are our colleagues here in the organization, send regards. Thank you very much for being with us, and I hope I can meet you in person and share a nice wine or a nice meal somewhere in the world in the near future.
I'm dying for an asada. I'm dying for a nice steak.
I have to say, even parts of New Jersey look exotic to me now. So I would love to be there, and hopefully someday soon we can do that.
I hope we can meet you soon in the near future, and I wish you the best. Many, many thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bueno, hacemos una breve pausa y seguimos con nuestro próximo keynote, el doctor Gustavo López.
We are going to have a short break, and then we're going to continue with the next keynote, Gustavo López, that is going to talk about human rights and telecommunication.
Bueno, el Global Forum on
We're
Cyber
back. Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. That was before. Right now, I'm going to introduce Vice President of the National Agency of Communications, and ACOM. It's going to address about the access to information technology communications as a human right. As you know, this was addressed by new regulations in place, and Gustavo was so kind to be here. You're so kind to be here with us today, this morning. Thank you, Gustavo. When I watch TV at night, I was watching TV with my mother and I saw you in one of the programs, TV programs. Welcome. And I know that this is a very interesting topic. There are many people that lack access. And this is evident given the number of children that they discontinue or they do not have connectivity at home to follow their studies. You know, it's a human right to be communicated nowadays and to be in contact with others. And this is clearly evidenced by the pandemic and the lockdown. We cannot go to our offices. I couldn't teach at the university. I'm teaching virtually right now. It's a learning. So it's timely that we have you here and for you to be so kind to share your experience with us. Good morning. Good morning, Olga. Good morning, the whole team that is organizing these conferences, the 12th edition of the Southern School of Internet Governance. For me, it's great to participate in these conferences and to discuss this with all of you. The pandemic brought something in Argentina that was not so clearly depicted or evidenced. The access to communication and information technologies we say that it's a human right, a subject of it. There's a subject or the right to study, or the right to education, and this is done if we have the necessary conditions to to have access to that minimum requirement that in our country it's free education. Why do I say this? Because the pandemic has demonstrated that having access to these technologies eventually are having access to education, knowledge, culture, but at the same time having access to a job, to the industry, and productivity. Without any connectivity, we cannot sell, we cannot trade, since we need to operate with debit and credit cards. And students could not study because the lockdown requires people to stay at home. So even though at the beginning of the 20th century, people in the health sector raised awareness in policy making that the water treatment networks and the sewage were sine qua non to prevent diseases, and based on that, providing water services or access was a human basic right and a public utility and a right to the citizenry. Right now, having access to water, electricity were essential basic rights. Right now, for the 21st century, the basic rights are having access to telecommunications and information technologies. For example, people couldn't graduate from school or universities if we do not have free access to having e learning during the lockdown. So we wonder, and before we wonder about having access to culture, do we wonder if these are businesses or industries? Yeah, they are. So we need to preserve the development of these businesses and industry. And we have public intervention in a democracy that is the state represented by the Senate out of the federal political system that we have. So we intervene to establish democratic rules of the game that can ensure equality to have access to these technologies, because we may have different tiers in our citizenry. So we evidence that technology, industry, commerce, and trade require telecommunications or having access to communications and information technologies. So the president 2 months ago passed a decree that was eventually approved or adopted by Senate and became operational, that declare mobile phone, telephony, internet, and payment over the internet as basic services. This means that from the legislative point of view, we will create the necessary conditions so the state may intervene in a regulation, not ruling out the competition among the private sector, but create the necessary conditions to have access to these technologies. I'm gonna give you a story of one of my students. I teach at two universities. One is the University of Buenos Aires, one of the oldest schools here, and the other one is the University of Jose C. Paz, the newest, that is deployed in the suburbs of Buenos Aires. It's very poor. So we have freshmen there. Even though we struck agreements between companies and the university guaranteeing that we are going to have free connectivity in the free websites, a student said that she had issues connected to the university Wi-Fi. So she said, as it was too expensive, she went to park to download some of the text because it was free Wi-Fi. But as it was raining, she couldn't go. So there was no other way to take the class that morning, and she asked if she could continue studying because she didn't have any money to connect. So the state intervention is to create the necessary conditions for those students to have the same equality of rights of connection compared to others, and to create the necessary conditions, having a minimum threshold for having access to education, because the pandemic is preventing something. However, once we finish with the pandemic, access to these technologies have first tier, second tier citizens. So 60% of the schools here in Argentina that do not have internet connection. Internet connectivity in the internet followed where the money is. In urban centers, large cities, you have better connectivity, and there's inequality with the most vulnerable sectors of society. In the city, you have, for example, 60%, and in the provinces, 43%, and in the north of Argentina, 40%. So 60% of that population that do not have access, doesn't have access to internet connectivity. There are small towns because of lack of connectivity. They do have the banking industry, but they do not have ATMs because you need or require connectivity for the ATM, for the banking industry, or for working in the banking industry. So we approach a double policy. On the one hand, declaring based on considering having access to telecommunications and communications a basic human right. And in this regard, we base in the resolution passed by the UN that speaks of human rights of technologies, also the Mexican Constitution of 2000, of 1913, and laws or regulation that you had in place, like for example the digital Argentine law, and we declare basic rights, especially to having access to these technologies and communications under these four pillars, where we have state intervention in trying to fix a fair, equitable, and reasonable price, introducing something new that is a social rate. So for those of you that they cannot pay for 100 megabytes, they will have some kind of a social equitable price based on their income with a reduced rate, both for internet, telephone services, and paid or satellite TV. This implies innovation in the new legislations or laws that we pass aimed at creating equal opportunities and leaving the private sector to keep offering competitively different prices with a different price scheme, and price raises should be justified on the income that is produced by people. So we guarantee universal access to these utilities, and we are also investing in Argentina with a universal fund of Argentina contributed to by all users through 1% of those internet services, and we have made investment in 60 billion pesos over the last 4 years to invest in public works. One that is physical in nature, the federal network of fiber optics, because we need to continue completing 34,000 kilometers and up to $40,000 to condition the servers in our state cloud. And on the other hand, to build the three stationary satellite facilitated satellite internet to 1 million people in the most remote areas that are not highly populated, and those are 200,000 families, households. So you have the investment, most vulnerable sectors of society, 440,000 of them, and connecting the public sector like schools, hospitals, law enforcement, and those remote places like the Andes or the Delta, the Parana River areas between Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil, and Argentina. So we have public policy in place to create the necessary conditions and opportunities so that everybody could have access to some sort of these utilities, creating equal opportunities based on their economic conditions. Those that can pay could have faster access, or the state will intervene, creating the regulatory price so nobody's left behind. Now, the issue is how, to what extent, and when do we intervene with states with this public policy? In the case of Argentina, the decision made by Argentina is intervention. And we speak of democracy or democratic intervention adopted by regulations in Congress, fixing a set of minimum guidelines, declaring it as a basic service that at the same time it allows the competition of these private sector stakeholders that can offer prices, because we have 1,200 companies providing service in this sector. And even though mobile telephony is in the hands of a few, three companies, and 80% is in the hands of five companies, the rest, 20% of the population, but probably is 50% of our territory, is in the hands of co-ops or small and medium-sized companies. So we're thinking of an adequate regulation for every single sector, protecting the investment by my companies, their revenue, and at the same time having users that could be connected to a fair, equitable price that is affordable. So, Olga, if there are questions in the forum, I could gladly take them. We do have many questions. We're going to start asking the first one. It's anonymous. We have 300 people. Please say your names. How can we guarantee investment and maintaining the infrastructure when there's a state intervention? Okay, more or less, those are the same. Marisa Godoy says that there was a student that she knows that despite the using the university account, all the data, all her data was used, and based on the decree as essential services, what are the changes that you will create with mobile antenna deployment, and some municipalities that prevent these deployments. There was one case that reached the Supreme Court, and who's going to bear the cost and the investments of that social price or rate that you're suggesting, or that you're passing in the legislation adopted by Senate. Some assessment that is being considered. There are many questions, and they're more alike. Let me take the first questions. The deployment of 4G antennas is a contractual obligation based on the bid between 2004 and 15. So the decree passed that is operational in Argentina does not interfere and does not prevent that obligation. That when they were successfully awarded the bid, they had to comply with this deployment. So they need to comply with their deployment, regardless whether or not there are changes in legislation in Argentina. As it was suspended by 3 years and it was resumed in 2019, we still have a few years to comply with this regulation. So they are required by law or by contract to finish their deployments. Some of them made progress and some of them are slowing down. So what is a requirement? Up to 500,000 people in a town, there should be one carrier, one company. There are many, many towns, like 7,000 people, that they don't even have 4G. So sometimes they don't have any connectivity. And ENACOM, that is regulatory framework, basically is making people comply with this regulation. Somebody asks who's going to bear the cost? Well, the state through subsidies. So co-ops, small and medium-sized companies, or other companies could provide this service, and it is paid by the state with this universal fund. So this is the investment by the state to reach those remote places where private companies or large companies are not present, with the small SMEs or strategic partnerships. Supposedly it's going to be cheaper because the infrastructure is borne by the state. Yeah, the other questions are similar. There was another question that had to do with browsing. Two out of the three mobile companies led the initiative of all public universities. The three released the prices for schools, and one company had platform issues, so it basically it made available half of it. So during the pandemic, there should be an obligation on the part of companies or private companies to provide free navigation for educational websites that clearly do not affect their business, because indeed they are doing it because of the partnership agreements. Also, when the connectivity schemes are going to get to Patagonia, the west of Mendoza. Also, a question by Shazenia from El Salvador. She's asking what to consider in a digital inclusion law to include the human right to the internet. First, to declare it, saying that this is a human right. And also, I believe when you say that it's a public utility service, it means that you can intervene with public policy. This shouldn't be confused with the old monopolic services, at least in Argentina, that are typical of the 20th century services when there was a single provider and that was a state. In the United States, the electricity, the water services, or the landlines, telephony were monopolies provided by the state. Now, when in the 90s, all those services became privatized it was still a monopoly, but provided by private companies because we don't have two of each. We just have one single or sole network by locality, a sole provider. So this is in the hands of the private sector. So we declare it as public utility service, but with competition because there's more than one provider by locality. So we want to increase competitiveness and competition. So this declaration will allow to intervene prices so there are no price abuses, advocating those users or the users' right that were included in Section 42 in our Constitution. And so far, there was no way of preventing those prices and that they could be affordable, equitable, and reasonable. So we have considered the cost of the investment and a reasonable income rate or profit. So we intervene so there are no monopolies in the excessive increase in prices to be paid for a certain service. However, they may compete among each other. So let me tell you that the declaration of these public services within a competitive sphere, declaring it that it's basic, will produce a equitable or a well balanced perspective. At least that is our opinion. And two more questions. Do you agree that a human right, that internet is a human right, and if it's urgent, if we consider it as public utility, could be paid by or compensated by the private sector? It's going to take some time. It requires public and private investment to ensure connectivity so that we could produce or that these basic rights can become a reality. In 40 years, we intend to have 100% connectivity for schools. Right now, it's 40%. If we do not get to 100%, at least we're going to be closer because investment is going to be made. We do have the schemes in place to complete the public works for the public sector with schools, hospitals, and law enforcement. We already launched that, but we want to cover 100% connectivity, but at least we're going to be twice as much and probably get to 100%. Private investment shouldn't be changed because that investment is related to how economic growth is in the country rather than the prevailing regulation. When you analyze private investment in 2016-17 was high because in 15 we bid 4G, we open 4G for bids. Now, with the older rules of the games, that investment decreased because the purchasing power of money decreased. There was less investment because people could not pay for the services. At the same time, there was a reduction in public investment in public works. Apart from recovering or having an economic rebound in the pandemic, strong public investment is going to help with cheaper cost, more users navigating the internet, and that this may help recover private investment in turn. Nora Moreno is a school teacher, high school teacher, and she always brings seniors and they follow our content. They have a group that is called Youngsters in Internet Governance. Have you established checks and balances so that these companies cannot reduce the service given the regulation that has been in place? It's too early to say that. But as we have competition, the rationale is that none of these companies is going to reduce the quality of service because they're going to pick another provider. However, if they have a set price or a single price, they're not going to have one price. What is going to happen is that as of now, if they want to increase prices, they'll have to justify the earnings level and the cost of investment. But the quality of service, if one is offering 10, 15, and 20, is their problem. What we said is, as of now, those that want to have a price increase, they need to discuss it with the state. And also, we're going to have these social rates. And probably we need to double check this in practice because as they still compete among these stakeholders, nobody's going to reduce the quality of service because people can go to other services if they get a better service. Do you have scholarships or fellowships at ENACOM? And is there a country in the world where the internet is considered a human right? Yes, there are many countries where they characterize this as a human right. Mexico in its constitution, the Court of France in 2009, and others have a strong state intervention, and this is what happens in Europe because some countries probably do not have specific regulation in place, but they do have regulation for competition, for dominant abuse of power. For example, our competition rules have always been flexible or lax, so to speak. If it had worked better, we wouldn't have taken these measures. Western Europe or the United States have very strict rules for the competition. So there are no other rules because you have strong competition. Let me tell you that our competition in Argentina is loose, is lax, and in many places you don't have any competition. So this legislation aims at facilitating a more competitive place because we're going to be working on an asymmetrical regulation because it's not the same applying this for a small SME or for a large company. Their cost structures is totally different for these two companies because they have high levels of staffing where the other one does not. And in connection with education, not having access to knowledge or training, there are two things. ENACOM has the Superior Institute of Radio Broadcasting, ISER. It's a community college, it's free, it depends on us, where you can study everything that has to do with audiovisual career. For example, voice talents, study there, radio broadcasters, and through a promotion fund, we are approving also training courses. The idea is to recover the training. We're going to invest next month on this, and I believe that next year we can start with the fellowships or the scholarships. Unfortunately, we have the pandemic. So the idea is to train the co-ops and small SMEs to start this work based on what we are offering, that is connectivity in the most vulnerable sectors of society. So when the pandemic finishes, this training is going to be in person. Thank you, Gustavo. We need to stick to the agenda. Adriana and Oscar say hi. They're offering this with our school. Thank you very much. All students say hi. Thank you for your generosity, for your knowledge, for know-how, and to your best disposal. If you ever want to communicate scholarships, we are at your disposal and we will certainly communicate this to our students. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We support your school because you do a good job. And greetings to Adrian that invited me to speak here in this virtual event. Thank you very much. Let's go for a coffee break right now and we will resume at 12. 10 Peruvian time, 10 Mexican time. Thank you.
Volvemos ahora y voy a tener el gran honor y placer de
We're going to resume. It's a great honor and a pleasure to introduce a great friend of the Argentine School of Internet Governance. I met him in Mexico a lot of years ago. And then we met again in Singapore. He was working many years in that region. And I would like to give the floor to and welcome our friend Eric Stephens. He's head of security and assurance for Latin American, Canada, and the Caribbean regions of Amazon Web Service. Would it be like a director, Eric? Welcome to our school. Thank you, Olga, for your kind words. It's a great pleasure to be here in this virtual school. I am in charge of the security and assurance area for Amazon Latin America. Where are you now? In Mexico? Where are you? I'm in Miami. Well, nice. Welcome, Eric. We have like 500 students. We have always had remote participation, but now that the conference is a virtual conference, it's like we have audience from all over the world. We have simultaneous translation and people participating from different continents, of course, from Latin America and the Caribbean, but we have people from all over the world. Welcome to this new virtual conference. We have like a TV studio here. What I really miss is meeting my friends and experts and sharing lunch. And of course, applauses after every speech, but at least we could have this Internet Governance School. And I would like to thank you for supporting us every year. And now I give you the floor so that we can listen to your speech. Thank you, Olga. As I was saying, it's a great honor and a great pleasure to be part of this South School of Internet Governance. Olga and Adrian have worked a lot in this area, and I want to congratulate you for this. It's not easy to organize this kind of events, and you have done it. I'm sure it's going to be a huge success, and I would like to thank you for that. I have some slides, a PowerPoint presentation. Am I going to share it? If you can share it. Just a second, and we're going to share your presentation.
Ahí estamos. Sí, ya lo veo. Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, tengo la tarea de tocar en poco tiempo un tema que pues es...
I'm going to briefly address a topic that I think is fascinating.
O algunos dicen que es de formación en temas de seguridad informática y ahora de ciberseguridad.
My background is in cybersecurity, so I'm going to try to do it briefly, but at the end of the presentation, I'm going to give you my contact information so that you can ask me anything that you want. Nobody has all the answers for this challenge. No, we need to work together to find all the answers.
Bueno, según el Foro Económico Mundial,
according to the World Economic Forum, the fourth industrial revolution that we are living shows that the globalization and technology are linked. And technology has a critical role in developing new opportunities as well as risks. The growing involvement of more and more users in the digital environment and the adoption of these new technologies generates dependency on the digital structure, and that brings about certain risks. And if we add the pandemic that we are living, we are going to have higher levels of dependency of technological infrastructure. Before, this was not a thing that we noticed, but today in our daily activities, the way we work, we learn, we communicate, the way we live our lives involves technology. There are new risks, threats, and attacks that we are facing. Once I was told, Eric, don't make your life so difficult. There are going to be different kind of attacks because criminals follow the money. And now the money is in the digital environment, so they are going to be there. So there are social, political, and economic consequences. According to the Inter-American Development Bank, cybercrime is half all crimes all over the world. So these numbers are even higher if we consider the economic damages that these cyber attacks cause, because it may exceed 1% of the GDP of some countries. And if we are talking about critical infrastructure attacks, it could be up to 6%. If we add to these challenges the fact that we are copying and consuming trillions of gigabytes all over the world, and that consumers have higher expectations, we have smartphones, laptops, and many devices. So we have a huge challenge that we are facing, and cybersecurity is a core issue for countries to start accelerating their digital developments. Next slide, please. Why is IT security or cybersecurity so difficult? This could be say about different areas. Many organizations have great difficulties in these concepts that I'm showing here. To keep and to manage infrastructure security is not easy. First, because of lack of visibility. In a local environment, it may be difficult or very difficult to know which are the resources that you may have at a certain time and who is using those resources and having access to those resources. Complex tools are needed to have an inventory of assets in real time. And most organizations don't have the level of security that they would like to have. And without visibility, it's difficult for organizations to adequately protect their infrastructure and to meet security requirements that they need as well. And the other element is the low degree of automation that exists. We are trying to get rid of manual processes to solve problems. Think about copying and pasting information from a tool that somebody else developed and doing it to an app that you may have developed, but it's not so simple. And because of this kind of problems, it's very difficult to have automation of main security tasks. Manual processes sometimes have longer waiting times, and in most cases, there are disruptions. Maybe I am upgrading a server or having a patch, and what is going to happen to the services that I'm providing my customer? That may be a hospital or any other customer. Well, they have to wait. If I don't have a continuity plan, etc., it may happen. So the automation goal is to do some tasks with our TI employees. And this mix of lack of visibility and a low degree of automation poses some threats to the organization as a whole to protect the critical infrastructure that they have. We have mentioned that we are more connected nowadays, and technology is part of our lives. And this massive connection is fostered by several factors. And one of those that I want to mention is Internet of Things and the cloud, of course. This makes technology ubiquitous. It's everywhere. And any object like with microprocessors can be intelligent or smart. So these elements can combine, and there are a lot of millions of elements interconnected, and all those things should be protected, should be identified, authenticated, and should be valid within our systems. Communications should be protected. And this massive amount of information that we are developing also by Internet of Things is going to bring a lot of benefits and allow us to work in a more efficient and profitable way than before. But of course, there are other trends that contribute to this exponential growth of the digital world. AI, machine learning, among others. So it's a huge challenge to protect all the digital assets. We are not only talking about people, but about things as well. With this digital environment that is continuously evolving, how can we combine innovation and regulation? We have the civil society, the academia, you, the students, and we all need to develop or to make policies that allow us to be competitive in the digital future ahead. Some concepts as regards a good cybersecurity policy, it should enforce or it should protect capacities of all citizens in the private and public sector. It should update the governance framework as regards digital security or cybersecurity, and regulations should evolve. So we have seen in many countries that they are making huge efforts to update these laws and regulations through decrees, maybe. And something important is to foster the adoption of new technologies such as the cloud. That is not so new, but is paramount for all these topics that we are mentioning as regards cyberspace, the adoption of international frameworks, and also maybe you may know these three basic pillars, because I talked about people, increasing digital capacity of people. I talked about processes, governance frameworks, and I also talked about technology, the adoption of new technologies. These are the three pillars, people, processes, and technology, that are going to allow us to develop an information security culture. And we also apply those three to cybersecurity. It's not that we are reinventing the wheel, it's that these are the three paramount pillars to develop an information or cybersecurity culture. I'm not going to talk a lot about different frameworks in cybersecurity. There are many very good ones, and that can be very useful. To develop a cybersecurity policy, whether it is for a local or national government, for a company, for a university, students, cloud service providers or web service providers, they can all have this or adopt these frameworks, which are very flexible. These that I have here are public documents, and I want to mention the cybersecurity framework from UNIST in the US. This framework is being adopted by the national government as well as several regional governments in the US, and it is also being used by 30% of private organizations, not only in the US, but also different organizations in Uruguay, the UK, Mexico are also using this framework. In UNISO, those of us working in cybersecurity, we are passionate about these topics. Of course, Adriana and Olga, who have worked a lot with this, there's an ISO 27103, and this standard, as you may know, ISO is a great forum for developing and participating. It's very clear. These standards, as we are cybersecurity, are like a technical report that is based on existing standards. It is in the same family of the 27001, and it promotes the same concepts and practices that are in East. So we have here great information that may contribute to what we are doing. Also, the OAS is a good place to see what is the situation in our countries. Different players are participating there. So what I need to know is what my country is doing and what we are going to do in the future. And those tools help us doing that to strengthen our cybersecurity systems. And I'm also mentioning here a document that was done with OAS and Amazon Web Services. And it's like a call to action for governments and companies. We need to all work together. This document can be applied to many environments. So maybe if you are interested, you can read it. It's from 2018, but it's a current document. Next one, please. I don't have much time, so I'm going to briefly mention the NIST framework, cybersecurity framework. This is a mandatory framework that includes the best practices to help organizations in any sector to improve cybersecurity, risk management, and the resilience of their systems. I also like it because it offers like a common ground to work on these topics. It's like a common language. Sometimes we get stuck in what we know about different standards as we are cybersecurity and what other knows. We all try to say the same, but sometimes we speak different languages. So I like to use this framework because it helps us all, and it includes existing standards, because we cannot start from square one. So this is important. It is using existing standards, and we can work from there. This framework was developed for critical infrastructure at the beginning. So it gets into specific details about that, but it can be applied to any kind of organization. Anybody can use it, a government, a bank, somebody from the business world. And what I like is that it's free. Next one. I'm not going to get into details, but this framework offers different elements. There are different profiles. There's a core. We have different concepts that we use in cybersecurity, like identify, protect, which are the most important elements that we should take into account. And since this is a risk analysis, it's going to depend on each organization and what they are going to do and what they are going to plan. Maybe it's a continuous plan. Like, for example, I cannot have problems for more than a certain time, and then they need to develop a plan. Next one, please. Here I'm showing an example from Intel. I was saying that this is flexible. So how flexible is it? Well, Intel decided
establecer este marco de
to use this framework,
modificó los niveles del marco y estableció
and they changed the levels and established specific criteria for measuring their cybersecurity program. They not only added people, processes, and technology, but they also added the environment. So I think it's great, a great idea.
el mapa que ustedes ven ahí
The map that you can see here
sirve para crear un lenguaje común.
develops a common language,
Ya todos podemos verlo. Pues esas áreas críticas
and we all can see the critical areas for problem solving
pueden apuntar hacia allá
and maybe focus on that
con presupuestos, recursos, porque
with budgets, resources, because we already identified the problem. So
es muy interesante cómo
I think that is very interesting how Intel used this framework. Next one, please.
el siguiente slide. Gracias. Y bueno, ya quiero comentarles por último que
And finally, I would like to mention
ya como Amazon ya tengo demasiado para prácticamente. Quiero tratar de bajar esto a
something specific. There are certain documents, and this one that you can see here is a document that helps our clients
temas militares,
because it includes
de hospitales, bancos.
all areas such as the military, defense, hospitals, banks.
Temas más prácticos, temas de seguridad como deben de ser. Y eso es lo que te ofrecen estas plataformas y te ofrecen.
And these platforms are going to offer these kind of frameworks
Les podría ser de utilidad para ver
that can be useful
estos marcos de referencia.
to analyze the different frameworks that exist. There are elements that we can use to align our cybersecurity elements to different national frameworks. So you can read about it, and if you have any doubts or comments, you can contact Olga or Adrian or myself. I was telling you at the beginning that we don't have all the answers to everything, but we do have some. So we need to continue developing on this.
Solamente el aprendizaje, porque ya sé, eso es lo que está haciendo muy bien la Escuela de Gobernanza de Internet. Ahora nos toca a nosotros accionar.
Now we need to move to action.
Muchas gracias. Regreso a ti, Olga.
Thank you, Olga. I liked what you said that we don't have all the answers. I think that nobody has all the answers, but the important thing is to have a network of colleagues that can help us think how to solve a problem, how to think about a strategy. I think that the documents that you shared will allow us to think about it, and we need to face different situations every day. We had to face this pandemic, and I think that the industry as a whole has offered different answers. We have, of course, seen different problems like lack of connectivity or security, but I think that we have reacted to this, and we need to work together, to think together, and you are a clear example of how we can develop knowledge and share knowledge, and that is the idea of this school. I have a couple of questions before you go. You were saying that the cloud is an element that is going to allow us to increase security for users. Can you briefly mention why? And besides security, which are the other advantages of using the web services, Amazon Web Services Cloud? Thanks for your questions. I was talking about these challenges that we are facing in cybersecurity as regards lack of visibility and automation. My colleagues working in security, I'm sure that they agree that this is a complex issue. The cloud is mitigating a lot of these risks because the assets that are connected to the cloud are visible in real time. For example, an auditor or a supervisor that wants to know what happened with a certain database, who was doing some changes in the database. So it's great to have everything in real time. I have information of everything that is done. And that element is going to differentiate the local infrastructure to the cloud infrastructure. And the other one is automation. We are human beings. We are going to make mistakes. That is normal. But what do we have to protect? If I don't know where things are because we cannot see them, and when I know where things are but are too many and attacks are so sophisticated, now there are social networks, organized crime around this. So we need to monitor and to have different alerts in smart systems using, for example, machine learning or AI to have automation of tasks that a human being won't be able to do. If I have automation of certain tasks, I'm going to offer like a panel in real time showing your assets, and you may know the health of those assets when a problem arises. And those are going to be alerts that I can set up according to the regulations that I have to follow. Maybe a government needs to follow certain regulations and to adhere to some provisions, and I'm going to set up my cloud environment following those requirements. I may be a bank and may be following regulations of the central bank, and the central bank is going to give us specific guidelines about how to protect information. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to protect that environment, my architecture, following those needs. And the other question that you were asking, I'm a huge fan of security, and I am convinced, I think that is a reality, that data show that the cloud has a cost-saving component that is very important. When we talk about CapEx and OpEx, this is a paramount. The cloud is going to allow us flexibility, is going to allow us to innovate quickly. We can test different things that may be difficult. We can have a development environment. These things were expensive and difficult, and now it's easier. We have a virtual environment. We are going to upload our apps. We try things. If it didn't work, if it doesn't work, we try different things. So this innovation is key in the cloud. And being part of a cloud like Amazon's is going to allow you to doing different things. If I am as provider in Argentina and I'm offering services for the European community, of course that I need to know all the regulations and to comply with that, and the cloud is going to give me that, and it's going to allow me to offer services in Europe in a matter of seconds. So the cloud is going to give us a lot of possibilities. And if you want more information, we can have a cup of coffee, Olga, and talk about it. I hope that we can do it face-to-face in the near future. And in the meantime, I hope that you and your family are healthy. I am sending you a virtual hug from Buenos Aires, and Adriana and Oscar send you greetings. We want to thank you so much for your presentation and all I'm sending you virtual hugs from Buenos Aires. I hope that you are healthy, and thanks for your time. We're going to have a short break, and we're going to continue with the next panel on cybersecurity as well.
Seguimos entonces, ya vimos el rol del GFCE y en países...
We are going to resume. We were hearing from Eric Stefan about the advantages of using the cloud for cybersecurity and cost saving. And now we're going to continue with these topics. Now we are going to talk about cybersecurity and how to protect critical infrastructures. Eric was mentioning the use of the cloud. And now we have a very interesting panel that is going to be moderated by somebody that is Juan Carlos Carrillo, Director of Cybersecurity, Privacy and Forensic Services at PwC. He's in Mexico. Hello, Juan Carlos, how are you? It's a pleasure to meet you. We have friends in common that have contacted us. Thank you for your time, for organizing this panel. And I'm sorry for the delay, but we are in a TV studio and we have like different signals and different times. And this is like a new experience for all of us. So I'm really sorry also to the panelists for the delay. And now I give you the floor so that you can start with this panel. It's a great pleasure to share this panel and to be part of this school. The idea of this panel is to talk about critical infrastructure. It's a very interesting panel. Before introducing them, I would like to show a couple of slides to talk about what we are going to be addressing in this panel, and then I'm going to introduce all the members of the panel. A topic that I think that is very important is what is the role of anybody working in cybersecurity.
So we have a change in the development and the way we keep security, the way we manage it, how we collaborate, provide consulting. This may seem that these are topics of different fields, but everybody that is in cybersecurity precisely knows these topics very well. And at the end of the day, there are many issues because if you have this know-how, in many occasions this is complex. And this is one of the things that is affecting us. So what are we learning and what has changed over the last 10 years? I'm sure that this is going to be addressed by Cecilia, Abel, and Diego. This has changed dramatically in the way top management sees security, cybersecurity. We have increasingly more regulations and scrutiny. The fines and the costs of information has increased. I'm sure that we're going to have a cybersecurity incident and how I'm going to be resilient. Logically, the risk mitigation, and then security requires increasingly more an operational challenge. For everybody that is in cybersecurity, will require not only expertise, but also experience out of the last 20 years. And it's when we see an exponential growth in cybersecurity. There's lack of experience in other topics, and then we have regulatory metrics, legal issues, and there's a lot of challenges in the way we relate it to other business areas, communications, managing people. We talk about managing technical credibility, leadership, and talent management and planning. And eventually, new skills. And this is especially for everybody that wants to become involved in cybersecurity, the students that are attending these schools. This is also crucial, and we need to see how strategy goes around, not only in terms of cybersecurity, speaking skills, the wit to understand the legal and the regulatory framework. The end is not technology, but business eventually. So here you have a list, and I'm sure that we're going to be presenting this to all of you through our PowerPoint. Our intention is to kickstart to introduce our panel today that is very important. Olga, can you tell me if you can introduce the panel or if you want me to introduce them? Okay, let me tell you what the agenda is going to be like in the next hour. I'm going to introduce the five panelists, and once I introduce them, every one single of them is going to introduce the critical aspect of cybersecurity. I'm going to introduce Joe, Diego, and Abel, and later a Q&A where I'm going to ask some questions, and everybody will have some space for asking questions. Cecilia, would you like to discuss some of these issues? Yes, Juan Carlos. Slides, please. First and foremost, I would like to thank for having invited me. Thank you for having me to this panel. This is the first time that I participate in the School of Governance of the Internet. I know the topics that they were addressing, but I've never took part, so it's an honor for me. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that I am very thankful, and especially for having listened to these previous conferences and keynote speakers. It's a lot of update information on concrete and real data. I have a double major. I work for the university as a teacher in the School of Economics and an adjunct teacher, professor, that is in IT in organizations. So what we do here is introduce students to technology that later are going to expand their knowledge through different majors. So we don't see technology by itself, but associated to the business, as Juan Pablo was saying, where we identify what are the requirements or these companies required, answering to what the IT professional can do. So we train a professional with updated knowledge, not only providing the necessary tools for today in terms of cybersecurity and thinking of the future as well. This is the challenge that lies ahead of us, because what are organizations going to be like? How do we need to train our professionals to be active in the next 4 or 5 years? Our students, some of them work professionally, have a job, or they do their jobs while they are being trained. The objective is that they become CIOs or CEOs or managers in IT. Also, I am the undersecretary of academic IT systems at the University of Buenos Aires, and it helps me to be in contact with teachers or professors to train these students more effectively, both by department and with the academic department. We update the syllabus, the curricula. We include innovation initiatives, new IT initiatives with these guidelines and objectives. No technology only, but applied to our environment and regulations to the companies here in Argentina. and it serves to work abroad also. What are the challenges that lies ahead of us? Well, the wealth of resources demanded by the market because there's a high demand for IT people and there's a gap between what is being demanded and the professionals that we produce. And this is here where we need to work jointly. The pandemic created more connections, cybersecurity incidents. So that requires cybersecurity professionals, not only IT people. And this is the way we can assess critical infrastructure and what it brings to the table for the society and for organizations to operate. And then I became a platinum cybersecurity director. I'm a partner of Platinum. That is a consultant firm. We focus on cybersecurity and we identify and help companies to have a roadmap where they include cybersecurity in their organizations. There are some that are required to have an IT cybersecurity department. They have the CIO, they have they're responsible for the compliance of regulations. However, the objective is to identify these critical assets, what they have in order to monetize and to analyze and to assess the risk of these assets and to relate them to others. Business continuity plan, business continuity or contingency plans, and disaster recovery. As professionals, as professors at the University of Buenos Aires, and in organizations, and I identify in many industries what the needs are, and to trace some parallelism and combine the two worlds. Thank you, Juan Carlos. Clear the management of this is what encompasses this task that is going to be borne by the cyber IT people. Thank you, Cecilia. And in this conference, we have Joe Avely. Joe, I'm going to share your presentation, and Joe is going to be addressing this issue of cybersecurity. I'm going to second Joe. We're going to be sharing your presentation. Joe, can you hear me with English translation?
Now we have Joe, and Joe will be presenting what is a critical infrastructure, and I will be sharing his presentation. Go ahead, Joe. You can start.
Thank you. So I assume that everybody can hear me just fine. A nod. Good. It's always good to have positive confirmation. There's no security without data. So my name is Joe Abley. I work for Public Interest Registry. I apologize. I'm going to present in English because I don't speak Spanish. PIR is the operator of the .org registry. And so every time you register a .org name, we are the ones that fundamentally look after it. So in some sense, we are infrastructure, but also I'm approaching this question really from an internet service point of view and not necessarily from an enterprise point of view. So this is not necessarily the same perspective, but perhaps it's useful, especially these days when working from home and working from the office are the same thing. So next slide. So here are some things that, in my experience, having worked in the internet since the mid-90s, these are the kinds of ideas people have when you say critical infrastructure, particularly when you talk in a governance or to a governance audience. So these are the things that, if they failed, would cause some kind of catastrophe, in people's minds at least. And I think the interesting part is that most of these things can fail and nobody would notice, at least no end user would notice. So, ICANN's various structures could fail in some dramatic way. doesn't stop people from using the internet. The individual root servers in the DNS, which are often used as an example of critical infrastructure. And while it's very true, and I agree that they are very important, a single root server has failed in the past for a prolonged period of time and nobody noticed. In fact, the whole root server system, which has never failed as a system, could fail. And again, it would not be instantaneous that people noticed, because that's not how the DNS works. There is a lag between the publishing of information in the DNS and the way it's consumed. And the rest of this list contains many other examples of things: exchange points, undersea cables. Now, obviously, if you depend on an undersea cable and that cable fails, you will see it straight away. But the internet as a whole, in areas at least where there is diverse connectivity, you can suffer. You might have some congestion. You might have things loading a bit slowly, but it's not going to be that the internet breaks. Next slide. Now, in contrast, these are the things that we would never consider to be critical infrastructure. But in fact, if these things break, then everybody knows about it straight away, and it makes the front page of the newspaper the next morning. So if Twitter goes down, there's a panic, and it's a double panic, because not only is Twitter down, but you can't even talk about it being down because Twitter is down. And if CNN is down, if CNN International is down, a large part of the English-speaking world, especially English speakers who live in other countries, suddenly have no news. If WhatsApp stops working, schools stop working, parents can no longer communicate with teachers. If Spotify stops working, then every teenager in the developed world suddenly starts screaming and causing problems for everybody. All of these things have immediate effect on end user, and none of these things would normally appear in a risk analysis for an enterprise. And I think that's interesting. Some of these things are very much focused on the residential user, for the end user, for the child, but not all of them. And again, when we're in a world where working from home is the way that we work from the office, these things all merge together. Some of these things are very much, obviously applicable to the business environment in 2020. If Zoom stops working, if there was a global failure in Zoom, imagine the sudden reduction in productivity across the entire planet. If Google Docs stopped working, if Outlook hosted Office 365 and Microsoft email stopped working, if iMessage stopped working in those markets where iPhones are prevalent. So anyway, this leads me to the next slide, which is to ask this more general question. And what is critical infrastructure? What is the risk analysis that leads us to believe that some things are more important than others? And when we invest in protecting critical infrastructure, are we spending our money in the correct place? How many of these things are effectively a public good, even if they're also commercial companies, even if they are services and not what we consider to be infrastructure? So if you go to the next slide, I have two more examples. So the first one here is, so this is a very DNS specific example, but we always have prominent examples of this, where people have well-managed enterprise networks. They have services that are very carefully audited. They have controls that are being recorded accurately and processes that are being followed. And they forget one day that their domain needs to be renewed, or they forget that the credentials by which their domain name on which their entire business rests relies on one password, which might be the same password that was lost through some other application from some user, or perhaps a member of staff leaves and forgets about the domain name because it's the smallest thing. It was paid for 10 years, and on the anniversary of that 10 years, nobody can remember how to renew it. We also have examples where even when your security is fantastic, we have a credentials failure perhaps in a registrar or between a reseller and a registrar, which means your domain can suddenly be changed without your knowledge. And this is a problem that we in the domain registry business take very seriously. There's a lot of conversations going on around this, but I think it's an example of a security vulnerability that is well outside the perimeter of what we would normally imagine are the risks that correspond to our business. Next slide. So in 2016, I'm not going to go year by year, there's just two examples. In 2016, on October 21st, I think, 2016, there was an attack at DNS servers that were operated by a company called Dyn, a company that many people still mispronounce as DIN, a company that at the time nobody had heard of. And it turns out that Dyn's customers, who were people like Facebook and Twitter and eBay and Amazon and Pinterest and all the things that everybody relies upon for their everyday lives, those customers suddenly became unavailable because a vast array of Internet of Things devices, cheap webcams, and other things that people had in their homes, suddenly through the Mirai botnet started attacking Dyne's infrastructure. And it was predominantly the US that was hit, but then again, bear in mind, the CNN Business is a UN publication, a US publication, so it's mainly focused on reporting to its audience, not to the whole world. But it was interesting that a company that no one had heard of, that was on nobody's radar, except possibly the people at those services who paid for the DNS service, would ever imagine that this could cause their business to have a problem, and yet it did. Some tiny little company, and I was there on the day, I was working there, and I was part of the team that addressed this problem. We suddenly had a good chunk of the North American internet, depending on how fast we could fix something, which, let me tell you, is an uncomfortable feeling if you're not expecting it. So that was the Dyne cyber attack in 2016. So I'll leave with some parting thoughts for this thing. I know we're short of time. We had a few challenges starting. So one last slide. So I would encourage everybody from an enterprise perspective, when looking at the security architecture of their services, the networks, their business systems, to consider things that are hidden. Consider the assumptions that you forget, that don't appear on a risk register. Sometimes these things are services that are run by other people. You know, perhaps you never ask yourself, are we really dependent on Twitter? What parts of us are dependent on Twitter? Do we use it for support? Do we use it for marketing? What is the effect if Twitter goes down for 1 hour or for 24 hours or for a week? Are we dependent on content delivery networks? Does it matter to us whether the local instances of hardware deployed by Akamai and Cloudflare and people like that, we depend on those, but we don't know that we depend on them. It's not obvious to us that we do, but if they broke, we'd know about it. The biggest sort of hidden dependency we have through all kinds of devices are now public resolver services like 8.8.8.8 and 1.1.1.1 and 9.9.9.9. I bet most of us don't even know how many devices on our corporate network have been hard-coded as a matter of convenience one day to use those name servers, and then when those name servers stop working, all of those devices stop working, and it's very, very hard to track down. So these are the questions that I came up with. How do you know what is broken? So in that example, how do you know it's the DNS resolve service that's broken and not something else? Who do you call? Who do I call if 1.1.1.1 goes down? I have no number. I have no contract. I have no support phone number to call. If the thing that's broken is telephony, then who do I call then and how do I call? If I normally am in the habit of getting customer service via Twitter, or I'm using Twitter to find out about service outages in Google Docs, if Twitter's not working, then how do I find out? How do I find out what's the Twitter for Twitter? So I think the two final questions, boil the whole thing down. What are the biggest threats? Where are the biggest threats? Are they inside or outside your network? Are you most vulnerable to devices on the internet that are attacking you, or devices inside your network that are attacking you? And when everybody works from home, what do inside and outside actually mean? Those are my questions.
That was amazing. Thank you very much. I really like the idea, and the whole concept that we have is just you bring us a great vision of this. Thank you, Joe. Muchas gracias a Joe. La verdad es que es una visión bien interesante de pronto de qué es crítico.
Thank you very much for this critical vision. Defining this could be managed by the user, final user, rather than by critics. For example, in a company, they consider critical infrastructure as email, not the ERP or CRM. The most critical application was email for the general director to answer via his BlackBerry. That was the critical aspect. Diego, your turn. Let me share your slides so you can start with your talk. Hang on a second.
Adelante, Diego.
¿Cómo les va? Muy buen día. Muy buen día.
Morning. Let me introduce myself. My name is My name is Diego Esteve, and I would like to share my presentation and to share my experience. For those of us that work in cybersecurity, we need to share our experience even more because in organized cybercrime does share. So I would like to take this opportunity to share my experience and the way we do it. For me, it is fundamental. I would like to thank the University of Palermo for letting me participate here. Let me tell you my bio. I have worked for the last 20 years in cybersecurity, cyber information. So I've been learning for a long time. I work in the banking industry and over the last years in the energy industry. I specialize in cybersecurity and in risk in electronic media or fraud. So, as most of the cybersecurity people, I had a chance to be certified to take some international tests. I like teaching, I like giving talks. So, here's my email just in case you would like to ask me a question, and I'll be at your disposal. So, let's continue with the presentation. In a snapshot, by way of a few slides, I would like to present what is critical infrastructure, how interesting could be, and how we could use it as a platform for questions in the future. First, to position cybersecurity cross-cutting these aspects. And I bring some statistics from the World Economic Forum because they prepare a global risk assessment. And when we talk about global risk, we are talking about climate change, lost jobs, major risks. In the report, we see the same trends for 2019 and 2020. The World Economic Forum classifies the risks in terms of likelihood of impact and occurrence. If you pay attention to my slide, there are three boxes. One speaks of cyber attacks. The other one is on information or data theft, and the other one is critical infrastructure. Let's see how these building blocks are positioned in terms of cybersecurity. Right now, these are the top risks, which can also be seen or witnessed in other reports, like the insurance companies that prepare these sort of reports with cybercrime, and they appear as top priorities. What do we see? What happens? After cybersecurity incidents arise, there are some regulations enforced that define how to act and that they go around or about cybersecurity. We are not going to review each and every one of them. However, I would like to give you a snapshot on the way we need to work with a framework that is going to give us order or to work with a long term vision on how we operate and how we can make these improvements. I would like to cite five examples. Two of them really caught my attention. And I like driving these initiatives at the majors at the university and at the professional level. The first one is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. This framework provides us a general vision of everything that has to do with cybersecurity. Also, I like that of the Center for Internal Security because it dwells into detail in the technologies and you can dwell in the processes that we set at the very beginning. Now, I was telling you that after we had some incidents in countries, these countries started to take action and they create command and cybersecurity centers in all countries. Here you have the Chilean case, another one that was created for Argentina, where we have different regulation that was created. The idea was how to go about cybersecurity in these countries and how do we approach this issue, and how to conduct the implementation of a framework at the state or company level, and then to take your questions.
Excelente, muchas gracias. Vamos para terminar esta presentación, digamos.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude with with this presentation. I will give the floor to Abel. Abel, please give me a second to screen your presentation, but you can introduce yourself.
Juan Carlos, no hay ningún problema. Comparto mi pantalla y perfecto. Bien. Un segundito entonces. Cuestión de permisos. Segundito. No, bueno, entonces, por las dudas, te pido entonces si continúes vos con la presentación, por favor, así, porque creo que hasta incluso me quiere sacar del Zoom, así que no vamos por ese lado. Bueno, aprovecho entonces para tomar estos segundos en primera instancia.
Okay, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank Juan Carlos, Oscar, Olga, Adrián, Tatiana, for organizing this forum with all the panelists. And I would like to tell you, just like you, that we have to share, or we should share this experience that is the best case scenario to protect infrastructures. In the first slide, I would like to give you some background or everything that has to do with critical infrastructures. 2011, we created the National Program for Critical Infrastructure and Cybersecurity, by which the state gives us guidelines and objectives that have to do with the protection and the improvement of connectivity networks in the public sector, and to have some synergies and to work with or together with the private sector, that is the one that provides connectivity and infrastructure. So we create that SAR, the first team to address cybersecurity incidents. And right now, we have evolved to another body. In 2017, we had this Cybersecurity Committee. The Public Innovation Secretariat is membered together with other ministries and other stakeholders, the objective of which is to have a national strategy for cybersecurity that ends up, after diverse transformations and amendments, ends up being adopted in 2019, where we adopt the infrastructure critical information definition, where we have two important resolutions. They define the criteria and the scope, where we are going to place priority on the national state to protect the management of the cyber security. Here we have a total of 8 criteria in 11 sectors or industries, where we work on the management and protection of cybersecurity. The managers or the responsible of cybersecurity of every single organization are active members And this is key for policy making and for protection plans. And this is not the case for the national state, but we work together with the organizing committees of the ministries. But there's always a responsible party in these industries. I would like to place priority on the ICTs since we are here at the Southern School of Internet Governance. And briefly, I would like to mention or to talk about a series of actions that have been taken on the part of the state to work with infrastructure. First, we launched the National Plan for Connectivity last Monday with the Undersecretary of ICTs and together with the RSAT people, defined this plan briefly, and I would like to extend the fiber optics federal network, which is precisely the interconnectivity of the many points in the country with fiber optics. That is expanding interconnectivity since fiber is being developed. And also the value of RSAT, because RSAT is a PPP, private public partnership, which is the trunking node for this network, responsible for the operations. And it has a data center that is very significant where a lot of IT critical centers or information have interoperability or are interlinked. So that's why we underscore the value of our SAT to provide the necessary security to these assets, particularly with a set of within the set of infrastructure, we have the National Data Center. Not to go into detail, apart from what we are saying, is that it involves everything that has to do with information, paperwork, and all the projects at the national level are filed there. The protection of file, apart from the antivirus, anti-DOS systems, web applications, network operations center, it leverages this national CERT. National CERT is being structured twofold. One is the update of the processes with the new technologies that are migrating to new infrastructures, and on the other hand, the automation of operations that will allow the daily operation of CERT to have quality of service that is improved and in turn to protect other infrastructure. Next slide. In the next slide, we are going to review the national CERT. We have all the incidents centralized from the public sector in the national level in Argentina, and we provide consultancy and advice to those stakeholders responsible for cybersecurity so they can prevent it or to work in the event that the the cyber attack is executed. The target community is involved in the critical infrastructure applications and it coordinates all the work jointly with the different CERT and CERT at the regional and provincial level, since one team cannot respond to all the incidents that arise and you don't get to know all the cyber security incidents. So it coordinates where is an umbrella to report all these incidents and the solutions that we may propose at the provincial level. By way of background, let me tell you that we are members of the CERT, Americas.org, and FIRST. A month ago, we became members of CertAmericas.org, even though many government agencies work with the OAS and sponsors for this program. This is the first time that from the National CERT we became involved or members of this program, and we are at the same time assessing some information projects that we receive from them to work in line with some procedures and to have this new national center to improve the quality of the data that we hold. On the last slide, I would like to mention briefly the three projects where we want to work along these lines and the way or the path that we have to take, the course that we're going to set to protect this infrastructure. The ICI catalog created, this has to do with the idea of integrating and having that information, useful information available in detail in the different sectors that I mentioned in the first slides. Projections, forecasts, protection, everything that has to do with the management and the administration of this critical infrastructure will allow us to work out a plan detailed for every sector. Because out of the ICTs in water engineering or chemical resources, we always have specialists that they can work in cybersecurity, but especially becoming involved, especially in the sectors where they operate, instead of the daily management of these infrastructures. We believe this catalog is going to drive an ongoing improvement method through the know-how and the policies that we have in place for improving this. We are designing an IOC federal network, commitment indicators that we may receive from the malware. So the objective is that together with the different CERT and coordination with them, we could have a more dynamic network and having processes and to take measures to prevent these incidents. I was listening to the rest of the presentations and I heard that one of the major concerns are early alerts. Having an early alert of something that is happening in another region, an agency, and being aware of what this may happen that is attacking another country is going to provide us with a benefit in terms of infrastructure management to foresee this or to protect ourselves further if we ever found ourselves under attack. And then CERT with AI, especially to work on prevention and the protection of all the cyber attacks that could be present in this infrastructure, to leverage the techniques of machine learning with learning the systems that manage this infrastructure and to understand the normal operation in real time, or as soon as possible, whenever there's a deviation out of this behavior that may report some possible cyber attack in the near future. And then, based on the restructure now said, that we could create higher automation in processes and protocols when managing incidents and managing the infrastructure whenever we provide that quality of service to help with knowledge to the different infrastructure centers and to provide this information that could be more scalable or normalized to provide a better quality of service for the operations of Artel ARSAT. This is the way we were working. This is the objective for the future. And thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak.
Excellent presentation, Abel. Thank you so much. Now we have a Q&A session. We're going to do it in Spanish and in English so that Joe can also participate. First, I'm going to give the floor to Cecilia. Cecilia, which would be the main challenges that countries, companies, industries, people face as regards cybersecurity? Joe was talking about how critical this is, and that is going to depend on the end user. So which do you think is the main challenge nowadays? As regards critical infrastructures, what is affecting us is everything that has to do with access to internet, to communication. So whatever the area we're thinking about, we are going to be affected. And it is important that at the government level, there's an analysis and that we can identify the situation nowadays and how the government can help offering services to what companies and people need. And at the company level, they are affected in the sense that maybe we can think about cybersecurity, Internet of Things, phishing. We need to bring awareness as regards these topics, not only the framework by which companies should be regulated, but also how employees and people working in companies understand security. They know what they can do, which are the possible threats that they may face. At the family level, individual level, as Joe was saying, all the access that we need, the analysis of the apps we use, different chats in those apps, if we know that our kids are chatting with people we don't know, if there's grooming or any kind of the things, we think that it's also important to handle those things.
As the biggest risk on right now on critical infrastructure, I think your presentation was really clear. What is critical for who, right? So going on that, what is critical for governments? What is critical for industries? What is critical for enterprises, for families, for people? You know, the people on the streets. What do you see are the biggest risk on those ones?
Well, I think what's happened this year has illustrated that the boundaries we had between these kinds of different audiences are artificial. I think, you know, the problems, it used to be possible to say that the problems that children have in school are separate from the problems that you might have keeping up with your family overseas, are different to the problems you have in your office, are different to the problems that you have with your suppliers. It turns out they're all the same problems. And I think, you know, what we're trying to find out is, what we're starting to find out, and I feel for all the IT people in the world this year who've had to try and deal with this, how do you maintain people's computers when you can't visit their desk, when you have no access to their network, you have no clear indication of what they're buying for their home connectivity, and yet everything is supposed to work, and when it doesn't work, it's your fault. It's a terrible, terrible situation to be in. So I think when it comes down to it, what we've discovered is that these divisions, where you might say that that's for children, that's not important, or this thing is for business, it's more important, they're all artificial. It turns out if we're going to do this right, we have to do it right across the board. And we used to find this out once in a while, where an email address that was used for a work mailbox was also used in Facebook, or was typed into the wrong box and was texted to somebody by mistake, and that was an overlap. But I think what we discovered is everything overlaps. There is no division. Security is important across the board, or you have no security.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Joe. Y Diego, yo creo que tú lo estás viviendo, ¿no? Al final del día, en tu rol de CISO, al final del día es...
Diego, you can tell us about your role nowadays. I'm sure that you maybe ask about the security every time. Tell us a little bit about it. You're muted. Thank you. I think that as regards protection of critical infrastructure, there are like two elements that we need to think about. One is protecting infrastructure itself. Nowadays, I have the role of protecting infrastructure within a financial sector. A while ago, I was working in the energy sector. But nowadays, the idea is how we as a company can protect ourselves and can protect our infrastructure from possible attacks. I think that is paramount. And I also want to mention something that I think is very important, that is protecting personal information. Nowadays, there are many attacks, many groups that are focusing on personal information. I'm not only talking about financial information, I'm talking about personal information itself. For example, health information, like information that you may post in your social networks. When we think beyond that, and we think that the person that is going to process that information is not a person and they are using AI to process that information, I think that we need to think that personal information should be taken care of. We should focus on that as regards security at the country and at the global level. There's a lot to be done in that area. Abel, I think that you were saying something about the idea that the government has a role, because Joe was talking about the fact that there is no border or no division in internet. It's like how vulnerability in a country can affect another country, which is the limit, or how can we think about what is critical and which are the perspectives. Without a doubt, and in the current situation that we are facing with the pandemic, those limits or borders that you were talking about and Joe was talking about are lost. It's very difficult nowadays to see, as Diego was saying, is if our router at home is secure to protect my personal data, or maybe a basic concept like, for example, when we are doing this kind of video conferences, the regular user may have a picture in the background or maybe some kind of visual information, and cyber criminals can work with those things. And nowadays, by having this critical infrastructure also at home, because we are working through maybe a network with the security password that our internet provider gave us, or we don't have the necessary knowledge to have that information secured, we need to think how safe our internet provider is so that our information is not under threat, which are the policies that the state is going to offer us as regards information security. And I think that we need to think about that, because we are all affected, as our colleagues were saying. And at the end of the day, I think that the important thing, and in my role as a public officer, is that we need to define what is critical infrastructure for each niche and think about different policies that we may suggest. We have the personal data protection law and different laws and regulations that are going to help us. There are different policies as regards information security, but if from home I connect to a working network, I don't have a VPN, for example, or I don't have the necessary security, probably that vulnerability is going to affect the rest of the levels. So I think that everything is interconnected, and we need to focus on that from the bottom up, from the bottom to, and that would be my vision of how we need to focus on the different aspects of cybersecurity and data protection. Cecilia, in your role at the university, I think that you can see this. A few months ago, there was a research as regards different universities in the US, the best 25 universities in the US, and only one of those had a subject on cybersecurity. So it is something that you are seeing at your university as well. Yes. What I see is the need of students to learn about cybersecurity, about how they are or how they can help companies they are working in to be secured. We have two IT law subjects in our curricula, including, of course, cybersecurity. And when I teach, all the topics are related to cybersecurity, hardware, software, systems, everything can be associated or related to cybersecurity. So we do have a direct involvement. We don't have a specific subject as regards cybersecurity, but we talk about it in all the different subjects in the curricula. I have an expert in those topics that help us understand, help students understand from a different point of view these topics. And once we finish the lesson, they start thinking about all these cybersecurity issues that they didn't know before. And I think that is very efficient in that sense.
I mean, have you seen in the last maybe 10, 5 years, much more awareness on the people, on the companies, on the governments about cybersecurity? Is it enough? I mean, we know that they are much more aware, but are we up to where we need to be?
You know, I think there's a depressing answer to give you, but I think it's unlikely that in my lifetime we will ever need to be where we need to be. We will never be there. And I think the reason we understand that is that industry that supports cybercrime is an industry like any other. It's sensitive to costs. It's sensitive to market prices. And I think if you can exploit a very, very simple security flaw, which is widely left open, and that's cheap to do, and you can get the products that you need to sell by doing that, then that's what you will do. You don't go looking for things that are difficult to exploit. You exploit the things that are easy. So what this means is we have this landscape where hopefully over time, the easy things get closed down. They get mitigated. We have new rules. We have new IT security practices. We have greater security awareness that makes it less likely, for example, that somebody who's a non-technical user will click on a link that seems to be from the CEO, and which will take us somewhere to disclose something about the business. We hope we will get away from that. But as soon as that disappears, another layer will come. Because one thing we know for sure is that nothing is static. The systems we use, the software we use, the services we offer, we're offering new products and services all the time. Some industries faster than others. Each of those things require new services. Each of these things requires new trends in how we build them cost effectively. It's in the cloud one day, another day it's somewhere else. We're not even using compute resources anymore. Now we're using Lambdas. And each of these developments comes with its own set of vulnerabilities. So I think the answer is we need to keep being better than the next person. It reminds me actually of the question, how fast do you have to be to outrun a bear? And the answer is slightly faster than the other person.
Right. Because it is not about winning the race, right? It is much more about not being eaten by the bird. And para complementar, y estoy acá en casa con la mayoría de nosotros, y normalmente...
Add a few words. I am here in my daughter's room, and here I have a box, and that is very cheap. This costs less than $100. It's a pineapple Wi-Fi. It's only $100, and it takes 4 antennas, and it replicates Wi-Fi signal. It's not that it's easy, but it's simple. And you don't need a PhD to address this. Joe, have you seen the case of Twitter? That was a 17-year-old in Florida that attacked and hacked Minecraft and then said, how do I go about and hack Twitter? You know, this is a complex issue because sometimes we cannot understand or perceive the dimension and the impact of what attackers can do. Diego, how did you see awareness in corporations? How complex it is to report this to the CIO or the financial director or any CFO that you cannot use the same password for Gmail, for your Gmail account, or to insert the USB keychains in no other ports. Do you raise awareness or it becomes more simple? How do you guys go about this? We cannot hear you. I believe that people are becoming aware of this. For those of us that work in cybersecurity, it's very good. Streamlines or simplifies the process sometimes. In the past, probably they question why changing passwords or why they had to include an alphanumeric character. But this is the new standard for now. The new standard that came with the pandemic. Again, we work with VPN, virtual private networks, and we ask for a token, right? Without, if we didn't have the pandemic, many people would have complained to type a token ID. Right now, everybody uses a token to connect to the VPN, and they do it on a daily basis. So people change. And if you have an orderly way of working and you explain why and what for, people are not resilient. Over the last years, in terms of finance, the prevailing regulation primarily focused on raising awareness. And why was that? Because we may do a lot of work to make our systems more secure. However, this security chain is broken sometimes at the weakest link. And the weakest link in all these tiers of society or security are people. Mistakes, errors, hacks. This is due to sometimes weak passwords, weak configurations. So raising awareness is a must first in all corporate levels. And you may segment and you may work by explaining in every single level some of these peculiarities. The pandemic brought this to the table and simplified this at the society level. We are seeing this, and this is demonstrated or being raised in the companies, and raising awareness is pretty good. Is in a way helping us with enhancing cybersecurity. In Mexico, we said that there's no patch or patch or fix for human stupidity. That would be layer 8, tier 8. Okay. Well, what can we say about this? How, as Joe was saying, this is not a project. Yes, we can raise awareness or training just for October, just for a month. Like October, the month of cyber awareness, or does it imply an ongoing training program or continuous awareness raising? We believe that training needs to be the pillar or the building block for all aspects, from the local user in homes and all those users that are highly trained data protector systems. I believe this is ongoing. You cannot lag behind with the knowledge that we had from the past. Organized crime, as you explained, and being adept to new technologies that improve the tools that cyber attackers have, cyber hackers. If you learn what you learned from the past, basically it's too late. So training, getting to know new things, and being updated or being at the front of cybersecurity is something crucial. Everything that has to do with certifications helps with this. Not by merely having a diploma or a certificate, it means that you know, but at least it's an update or some training. So having those skills and evaluating these aspects and to be certified along these guidelines, as it was mentioned here, like ISO, NICE standards, protocols that help with the ongoing protection. I believe this is crucial for us. And I see this as a great challenge ahead of us, because what is the actual cost of investing in capital or in protection, or after the cyber attack occurred, once I have the problem or the issue in my organization? So, considering the post pandemic structure framework that we're all suffering, and we know that organizations are highly affected by this, I believe that one of the challenges that we had ahead of us is what we are going to create, that capability or that investment in the necessary resources in training or anticipating to these issues. I advocate training, especially because it's a way of prevention. So I believe that there should be an ongoing effort in training, especially for those that are responsible for our own information, in learning and training along these lines. And there's a whole new concept of security and by design, okay? Not to invest not and to anticipate the issues, okay? It can be done, but the cost is going to be greater. We're going to have questions from the audience as well. Audio, right? Olga, I'm sure there are questions in the audience. Without further ado, over to you. Let me tell you that we have 500 participants in our room with acknowledgements, congratulations for the panelists, excellent presentations by moderation by Juan Carlos, and excellent presentations by the four panels. I'm sure that you can hear Joe's presentation because he mentions what is critical and what is not. I believe that for Spanish speaking people it's easier to follow probably the Spanish speaking speakers. But there are many questions here that are for all the panels, especially there's one about the incident. What happened with immigrations? If they could, they were able to solve it if they knew that. For Diego, a Chilean bank, they hijacked the infrastructure and they disabled all the agencies and they prevented people from doing banking transactions. What is the critical issue? That's for Diego. For all the panelists, how do you approach technological infrastructure in the public sector? How do you link it with the cloud? If it's a solution, is it good to have a hybrid cloud, for example? What incidents did you suffer in Argentina in critical infrastructure for Abel? How would you rate that attack or that hacking that occurred in immigrations? And what is your advice for teenagers that are so active in social media? And also the project of digital children, because the existing generations are lagging behind in data protection and cybersecurity. So we have to train them since the early stages. I believe that this summarize and they are more or less in the same wavelength. Abel, can you take the issue of immigrations?
It was a topic that raised a lot of public interest. The immigration office here was attacked by hackers, and they asked for it was a ransomware. It wasn't a proactive attack. We communicated with the people in charge of the infrastructure, and they told us that in the first few hours, critical infrastructure or databases were not hacked by this ransomware, but they could see that there was like a second attack. It was not a single attack, but two, and there was information theft, and after that, they executed the ransomware that encrypted different systems that are of public knowledge, and we communicated with them. We offered our help, and there was some quick legal answer. We didn't participate there, and I think that the information office here also participated. There's a lot of confidential information there, but what we did was give them different recommendations and technical help. I think that in the afternoon, Mr. Asolin is going to be in one of the panels. He is the person in charge of the cybercrime fiscal unit, so he may be able to answer the questions better than me. From the legal point of view, there were different concerns and alerts after this incident. We started having more consultation, and we started working more on that. We started working on how to prevent this kind of incidents. We checked all the information that we had, and once we got that information, we started working so that everybody can have different infrastructure changes. And we also launched a campaign for the public sector as regards different tips and actions that they could take to protect themselves from these kind of attacks. That's what we did at CERT. And luckily, there was not much information was taken, and it wasn't critical infrastructure that they got access to. So we have only 3 or 4 minutes. So Diego, this question about the financial sector, because I think that the financial sector is the sector that is critical. Where there is money is where they go. So the question that they were asking about the bank in Chile, what can you tell us? The financial sector was always focus of attacks in different countries. Since 2018, financial institutions in Latin America are being under attack and are being targeted by criminals. These are groups that are specifically targeting these institutions. Why? Because all companies in Latin America need to do something. Why? Because this happened before in the US and in Europe, and we need to improve as regards security companies. What happened to this bank in Chile was a typical ransomware attack where they compromised first their network, and then they started getting into the network, and then they launched the ransomware, and they encrypted a lot of servers and computers, and the bank couldn't operate. What can we do there? What should we take into account? First of all, we need to have more visibility. We need to see what happens inside our network. The cybersecurity within companies need to have a role in which they can see everything. It is important to understand what is going on inside the networks, to have a cybersecurity monitoring center. And the second idea as regards visibility is to answer quickly. Maybe if the bank could see and answer quickly, they may not be affected so much from the operational point of view, because they may have been able to contain it. So it is important for companies to have visibility, to have a monitoring center, and to train people regarding these kind of attacks. These are the 2 main or most important things we need to work on. We are going to be under attack, but we need to detect those attacks and answer quickly.
Joe, we're closing up, and it was really nice as Olga was mentioning. Just hearing you, I'm gonna reread your slides because I love them. But do you want to close with some ideas? I mean, Diego was mentioning about this resiliency, right? We know that we're going to be attacked at some point, and in some cases, we are going to be, there's going to be some risk. Where do you see, on a final comment, where do you see that we move forward on this?
Well, I think if the unexpected events of this year have taught us anything, is that we can't always plan for the future with a great degree of confidence, or at least not with as much confidence as we imagined we could, perhaps last year. And I'm reminded of a technologist who worked at Bell Labs in the 90s, back when phone companies and internet companies were not the same thing, back when one was a threat to the other. His name was David Eisenberg, and he compared the way that ISPs and telcos work by telcos being run by know-how, but ISPs, internet companies, being run by know-why. And this was the distinction that he made. The telco has 100 years of experience. They have binders filled with procedures to follow. They have things to check this first, then check this, then check this. And if this fails, then do this. And that works for a phone company. It doesn't work for an industry that you're creating. And I think what we're discovering is that all of us are building enterprises and products and services and new companies as we go. And none of us have that binder with all the instructions for how to solve every problem. So I think my trailing remark is for people to think to themselves, who in my organization is the person who understands how this works? And this could be a product, it could be a subsystem, it could be a network or something. Is there one person who really understands how this works? Or do we just have people satisfying audits and answering questions when people come around to check? And we have metrics from our ticket system and all these kinds of things, which are good to tell us that we're heading in the right direction. But do we have somebody, when the unexpected things happen, do we have somebody who really understands how things work and can diagnose a brand new problem based on that knowledge? And if the answer is no, I think that is the gap to fill. If 2020 has taught us anything, is we have to understand what we're doing.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Joe. Excellent point. Cecilia, para finalizar, me parece que Joe nos deja
Cecilia, Joe mentioned exactly that cybersecurity is that we have to expect the unexpected. What do you see for the near future? We understand that everybody is exposed and everybody's going to be under attack sooner or later. So we need to see how ready we are for that moment. We are going to be under attack because otherwise, not because we are the target, but probably we are the link for a company or a link for an industry by through which they're going to gather information. So we need to raise awareness, organize training, surveil, monitor the tools that we're using. If it's behaving differently, probably the device is spending more battery, or if it turns off, and if I see a weird app, or if the app is behaving differently as well. So countries, companies, and individuals should understand this and be ready for this. It's a challenge that we need to overcome, but the thing is, how do we tackle this challenge? How do we have the necessary tools and know-how and knowledge or devices in order to overcome this final issue? Without further ado, we would like to thank all the panelists for being here, because we could organize a seminar with this level of panelists. Thank you very much for your presentation, Joe. Cecilia, Diego, Abel, thank you very much. Without further ado, Olga, we can conclude with this panel. Thank you very much. It's been great. I would like to draw some conclusions, because they say the journey is destination. It's something that we have to build on. I love the way you moderated. You ask interesting questions. Joe, I loved it.
Use it for my teaching. María Cecilia, colega de la UBA, un encanto tenerte.
María Cecilia, it's a pleasure having you here. Diego, I love your presentation. Thank you very much for the University of Palermo for being here. Anabel, you had to reply many questions. Colleagues from Mexico, congratulate you for your work in CERT, and I am glad that you're in the CERT because you take care of us. Greetings to all of you. Stay healthy. And I thank you for your participation. Thank you very much. Greetings from the team in Argentina. Thank you.
Media hora? No, ¿qué media hora? Un poquito. Nos encontramos a las 2:30 de Argentina.
We will resume at 2:30.
Tenemos como 5 minutos en Argentina para almorzar algo, y almuerzo temprano en otros países y la media tarde en Europa. Nos vemos en un ratito. Bueno, gracias por estar ahí. Tuvimos un rápido almuerzo aquí en Buenos Aires. Sé que es temprano en el resto.
Let's resume after lunch.
Un día intenso, ¿ya? Mucha ciberseguridad.
We have an intensive day with cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, cloud computing. Right now, apart from critical infrastructure and the way to investigate cybercrime, as they explained fairly well in the last panel, the journey is the destination. And we see how we tackle these cybersecurity issues. Right now, we have a panel with Jocelyn Boscaso, who's going to be the moderator. She teaches at the Institute of Panama. Jocelyn, I see you perfectly well. Not only she's a very good friend, but also she was her mentor for the South School of Internet Governance in Panama, dating back to 2013. I always remember you because that was a very successful meeting, and she's very renowned professional for Panama and for the region. And she coordinates a non-for-profit organization that is called Tech. Probably you can tell us briefly what is Tech session. And then we have other friends, Adriana Costa, Jose Vega Sacasa, of Integrity, Alfredo Reyes Craft from Lex Informatica Mexico, and Joel Wolfer, Senior Director Online Trust of ISAC. Jocelyn, let me welcome you. Tomorrow we have you as keynote speaker, but today you're going to be the moderator for this panel. I'll be at your disposal for the Q&A. The students are in a different Zoom room. They have simultaneous interpreting. If they gotta follow the simultaneous interpreting, they will continue with, they can listen to the translation, okay? Thank you very much, Olga. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here. After being one of your students in the School of Internet Governance. I know that I love you guys, and it's great to be participating in this excellent panel with friends of mine and colleagues that are going to enrich the internet governance discussion, because the topics you're proposing are very positive. Here is called Investigation on Cybercrime, what we are and what to expect, especially with the issue of technology. We have evolution and involution of these crimes that are facilitated by these new technologies. So we're going to give the floor to Adriana Costa, the Digital Crime Officer at Interpol, who's going to address for the first 20 minutes addressing this.
Hola, ¿se escucha? Bueno, solamente voy a compartir un slide. Muy sencillo. ¿Sí? Hablando un poco de lo que decía Jocelyn, muchas gracias por la introducción.
Thank you, Jocelyn, for your introduction, for the presentation. Very, very briefly, I'm going to address the situation that we discussed this year, what we lived during the pandemic. And you mentioned the issue of evolution and involution. But we don't know if exactly we made progress or not. But in terms of technology, we see new things coming up and things that they may look good, but they're not that good for our daily lives sometimes. Many are critical of social media and other life changers that sometimes, teenagers that are digital natives have seen their lives change as well. Where when everything that we have, that everything is beneficial and these cultural challenges are good, sometimes we don't know if it's better for society. I'm not a sociologist, so I'm not going to draw into this detail. However, I would like to know that I've been working for Interpol and tell you that this change in global society with the use of technologies have resulted in changing the changing crime from the physical world to cyberspace. During the pandemic, we have witnessed a wave of changes. During the lockdown, we have seen many crimes. And after the lockdowns, we witnessed violent crimes. However, cyberspace remained stable and even sometimes increased. Those that are digital native and those of few that are not, but are very adept to technologies, have been required to adopt this new technology given we're faced with the lockdown. And I believe that these technologies are here to come at least for next year and for a long time. However, crime saw some opportunities because more people are interconnected, some people that are new to these technologies. So this situation made criminals to commit more crimes in cyberspace. Statistics reveal that cyber attacks are on the increase at the global level. This is a reality. And as you can see, that 50%, for example, of the UK crimes account for cybercrime. In our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, we don't have such high numbers or statistics. However, we are on the way if we do not raise awareness because we have more violent crimes in the streets. However, we're heading towards facing these statistics in the future. 43% of these cyber attacks impact small, medium-sized companies because they are not really prepared or specialized in cybersecurity, and they don't have measures in place. And those are the ones that are more prone to suffer from these attacks. A company last year said that people are the new perimeter. In the November conference in Singapore last year, they revealed this data. People were always the new perimeter, and this is highly noticeable these days. At present, 73% use passwords that are duplicate, and 17% of the passwords are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which weakens the security of their companies and in their households. Interpol published a report during COVID-19 in August this year, thanks to the collaboration of the member companies that provide us with information and input, and the member states that have supplied a lot of information. No country was alike, but it gave us a snapshot of what was going on across the world and in every region. We have Africa, Americas, Asia, South Pacific, Europe, and MENA. We've seen phishing campaigns related to COVID-19, people stealing confidential information, proprietary information, ransomware attacks. We've seen that in Argentina as well as in any other countries that attacked not only hospitals and healthcare centers, but also telecommunications and industries. Unheard of before. Large companies, for example, under attack, and institutions that they suffered this sort of crimes. And also child pornography or child abuse material. And these criminals share this information and produce this sort of material. These are not cartoons, but produced with real children. So one of the major issues is phishing. It's not something new, has existed for some time. Phishing in online banking to socially engineered users so they can give away their passwords, usernames, get a loan, and then transfer the money out of their accounts. It's something regular. The banking industry have put measures in place against these phishing attacks. And one could see that there's enough technology to safeguard with dynamic passwords like tokens or changing passwords like coordinates cards and this reduces the risk of phishing. But not only online banking is account, it could be targeted to a bank employee, public officials, CEOs, when they know that the company is undergoing a crucial major launch, as they know they're very acquainted with social engineering and what the society, how the society is behaving, and they did enough market research and what COVID-19 produced, so they target individuals during COVID. Interpol raised awareness with prevention campaigns against phishing. I'm sure you can see the same presentations and the same banners in the Interpol website and also a video. And we're going to be keep raising awareness. This year, phishing, next year is crypto hacking, extortion, ransomware, and crimes against children or minors. That is going to be the most impactful. Think twice before clicking. Phishing emails, fraudulent websites may seem legitimate at first, so be vigilant and be safe. Fraud include phone calls made by individuals that disguise themselves as legitimate. And here's payment claims. This is a prevention campaign since it provides interesting tips. Like, for example, delete these files, prepared the online and offline, strengthen your household network, review and change your password, use strong passwords. Match 70% uses 70% uses the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Review your profiles, lock your profiles, identity theft. Then it produces impact to your friends, Facebook friends as well, or your friends in social media. So you need to ensure the privacy, your privacy as the privacy of others. For example, I talked to my family and nobody had activated the double authentication factor of WhatsApp. So basically, WhatsApp could be stolen. So they have the two-factor of authentication, and they use phishing, so they can deceive you, and with a key. If they have the double factor authentication, they can do it. Security and privacy. You need to update the policies. So basically, you are safe. This is what I told you before. This is what the police in London said. 85% of the cybercrime is not being reported. When SMEs are attacked, they don't even know that they're the target of cyber attackers. This is what I was telling you about. And this is, and sometimes we do not have a clear view of what is going on in cyberspace. So this is the reality. And sometimes I have to know, people ask me if I could reveal the statistics of crimes or cybercrime in Panama or Peru, because sometimes they go unreported. So it's part of our reality. Either companies do so because of prestige or shame or embarrassment. So this is basically our situation. We do have information, and sometimes people do not file claims or report these crimes. I want to stick to the agenda, so I'll give enough time to the rest of the panelists. I cannot speak for an hour. Sometimes I'm asked if a crime happens in a country where the victim is here and the cyber criminal is in another country. So what do you do about this? Investigation starts where the victim is, the victim of a crime. You start investigation there. And when we investigate where the cyber attacker was, we start investigation there. So that's the second investigation. We try to catch those criminals involved in cybercrime. International cooperation is key to improve this, as well as communications. When crime was not transnational, it was more simple. However, right now it's a cross-border crime. And if we have a crime in one country and the criminal in the same crime, probably in the same country, probably the digital evidence is in another country where they host information, like for example. So right now, with that transnational component, require companies to adhere to the conventions like the Budapest Convention and improve the channels of international cooperation on the basis of every single country. That's why we need to pursue along these lines to be more effective and to be more proactive in our investigations. Finally, the prevention and raising awareness campaigns that are important to reduce the number of victims, and not only just put an end to these sort of crimes, but also prevention campaigns to reduce or mitigate the number of victims that is so important. So in a way, we need to work on all these fronts. Thank you very much, Adrian.
I think that all the aspects related to social or awareness campaigns are very important. And maybe individuals are the weakest link here. So we need to bring awareness about this topic. Thanks so much for your presentation. Now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Jose Vega Casa from Panama.
Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias, por mí voy a ser breve. Espero ser lo más corto preciso. Voy a proceder a compartir simplemente como método de apoyo. ¿Se logra ver?
Sí, perfecto.
Presentation.
Además de Fintegrity, también soy orgullosamente miembro de la Asociación Panameña.
I am a member of Fintegrity as well as the Panamanian Association for Technology and Law. We know that cybercrime is a very complex topic, not only in the sense that many people are not familiar with technology, but also because it's difficult to understand the implications of connecting to internet. From an objective point of view, I can say that nowadays internet is like a war zone where every second there's a new attack, maybe denial of service or phishing or anything. It's like a war zone where there is no truce, no armistice, no blue helmets. Internet has no exceptions, so since this is intangible, people doesn't realize the danger of using internet. It's not that I'm saying that you shouldn't use internet, but that you should take reasonable security measures, because this is, as I was saying, a war zone. And talking about cyber attacks, let me show you this map. All these lines that you can see now are different kind of attacks that are happening right now. We cannot see the map that you are showing.
Okay, ya va. Un poquito. Ahora, ya va. ¿Se ve?
Can you see it?
Ok, ya va. ¿Ahora se ve?
Can you see it now?
Okay.
Yes.
Bueno, aquí este es el mapa,
This is the Kaspersky map. It's a public access map. And all these lines that you can see, the color lines, are the different kind of attacks happening right now all over the world. Every second there is an attack, a denial of service, phishing, or malware. So imagine if we could see in a tangible way these attacks, we would be living in a war zone. But since these are intangible, we don't get an idea of the danger that these attacks can bring about.
Simple y sencillamente por algo que hoy en día es el oro.
Nowadays, data is like the new oil. Personal data nowadays are the most valuable assets that a company may have, or even a country may have. Because with personal data, we can have consumer patterns or behavior patterns of a person. And many are very interested in getting more information about people. Those data can be used for metrics, for public policies, and also criminals use those data for their cyber attacks, because cyber criminals realize that it's easier to hack human beings through social engineering than to attack a system. It's easier to ask the human being to give access to a system than attacking the system directly. So this is going to have an impact on the financial statements of the companies, because companies had advocated their budgets to cybersecurity. Let's not think only about the monetary value, but about reputation as well. Nowadays, companies under attack, under cyber attack, and with problems of information theft are having different consequences that affect them. A company, a public company may see its financial instruments affected. We can see here the statistics. The industries that are investing more in cybersecurity are telecommunication companies, governments, retail companies, and banking, the banking sector. Why? Probably because the banking sector is the sector that is having more transformations as regards disruptive technologies. The banking sector, as we know it traditionally in Latin America, is going to undergo changes, and it's going to be probably only in our mobile devices. So this sector is going to be the one that is going to invest more in cybersecurity, to have like an onboarding model so that people can have access to financial products and to ask about any doubts that they may have online. So let's see how a cyber attack works. Cyber criminals are not looking for hacking systems. What they do is to gather information on the target, and they develop a profile through different web pages, and even when we are giving information, we need to understand that cyber criminals are going to use that information to profile a cyber attack. They send an email or a text message and they are going to do identity theft
espurio, ese enlace probablemente infecte la computadora de esa persona a través de un malware, código malicioso, en el peor de los casos un ransomware, que el ransomware es un tipo de malware que procede a cifrar el dispositivo o la información.
Sorry, but we cannot translate with this microphone. Okay, we'll resume the translation with the next speaker.
Para que le devuelva la llave para descifrar información, no le devuelve la llave. Entonces, básicamente hay que tener mucho cuidado y como bien tú dijiste, Jos, la primera línea de defensa de cualquier ciberataque somos nosotros los usuarios. Tenemos que tener una gran campaña de concienciación y de educación y de manejo seguro en Internet. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando hablamos de seguridad de la información, tenemos los tres principios básicos, que es la integridad, la disponibilidad y la confidencialidad de estos activos intangibles. Entonces, tenemos tanto riesgos externos como riesgos externos. Riesgos externos, bueno, nuestro negocio, como un ataque de negación de servicio o un malware, riesgos internos, que podrían ser fuga de información por parte de colaboradores de la empresa o ataques externos, ya sea interceptación de comunicaciones, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, en conclusión, miren cómo podemos ver que hasta las grandes empresas de tecnología que invierten prácticamente son unos paranoicos en temas de ciberseguridad, han sido objeto de algún tipo de ciberataque. Esta gráfica es del 2018, pero aquí vemos a Twitter. Twitter, si recuerdan, en este año fue un objeto, varias cuentas como la del dueño de Amazon, la de Elon Musk, etcétera, fueron ataques de phishing donde, o sea, usurparon la identidad de estas personas, las cuentas de estas personas, y pidieron donaciones a través de Bitcoin. Entonces, si esto pasa a las grandes empresas, a las conocidas Big Tech, ¿qué esperamos? ¿Qué nos depara a nosotros las pequeñas empresas? Entonces, ya esto tiene que desarrollarse a través de una política pública dentro de cualquier plan de gobierno, de una política pública a largo plazo. No podemos ya seguir navegando con protocolos inseguros, el tema de las claves, incluso el doble factor de autenticación muy importante, los temas de biometría, ya hay mucha biometría que está siendo vulnerada, y es decir, y todo esto tiene que ir de la mano con la educación y la concientización. Y en base al tema de la investigación de los delitos, vi la gráfica que mostró Adrián, y el 85%, en efecto, la persona no decide denunciar, pero muchas veces es por la misma frustración que siente cuando acude a un ministerio público o a una entidad gubernamental, y esa entidad, pues los funcionarios tienen toda la disposición de poder querer ayudarlos, de querer ejercer una acción punitiva, pero no cuentan con los equipos y la tecnología para poder investigar, analizar, preservar el tipo, lo que llamamos evidencia digital. Entonces, esto tiene que ser ya un tema de política de Estado, políticas públicas, ¿no? Porque obviamente el intercrimen, o sea, el quedar impune, se tiene que dar una garantía. Esa sería mucha.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor, por tan interesante intervención.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation, but we were having some connectivity problems. It's clear how cyber criminals can use social engineering to hack individuals and to get this kind of information that they need. Now I'm going to give the floor to Alfredo Reyes Kraft. He works for Lex Informatica, and he's in Mexico. Thank you, Jocelyn. Thank you, Olga and Adrián, for the invitation. It's a great honor and a pleasure to have this opportunity to talk to you. I don't have a presentation, but my idea is to give you some concepts. A day like today, 55% of the population has access to internet at least 100 times through a device or a computer, and update their status every 15 minutes. So imagine the amount of times that we have the possibility of having access to internet in a single day. To that number, we have to add the Internet of Things devices, web servers, mail servers, and many other things. Organized crime or not, like drug trafficking, terrorism, use this technology as well. They encrypt communications, they use it for their crimes. They have complex digital architectures, signal inhibitor devices, and even today, all crimes, some way or another, involve directly or indirectly technology. So terabytes of data are available and can be used to commit a crime or a cyber attack. And this is where we see that this discipline of forensic technology should have a more important role. Before we talked about hacking disks and to check if the computer was on or off. Forensics nowadays deals with more sophisticated problems with devices that are connected to internet, to different kind of extortions, open source intelligence, Internet of Things devices, industrial systems, cloud computing, and all the other things that we have mentioned today. So the different scenarios to investigate cybercrime may be like a tablet, a cell phone, a website, and focusing on the different scenarios, we can have transnational crimes or crimes in different jurisdictions. So a single incident is going to require different proofs, like proofs that we are going to obtain in different ways. So we are facing some challenges in the cybercrime area. First of all, dependency. Can you imagine one day without having access to internet? The number of users grows every day, and also the availability of access and devices. Devices are more powerful and we have access to them, but also criminals have access to devices. So what is the information availability that we have? As Jose was saying, criminals and cyber criminals have information and they gather information from their targets, and those targets, we can see that nowadays attacks are targeted. We can see that they are going to attack, for example, the director of Amazon. They have clear goals, targets. There's a lack of control mechanisms that somehow makes cybercrime investigation more difficult. Internet was never conceived as a system, even when it was born from the military sector. The channels and access to information and documents in internet was handled openly, not encrypted. So everything that has to do with security was included later on to the basic connection of internet. And this is something that makes it difficult to investigate cyber crimes. And the next point is the international scope of cybercrime. This is not easy. International cooperation in investigation is important, and it should be better. The next point, a criminal doesn't have to physically be present to commit the crime. And that means that in traditional legislation, there's a problem. The next one, automation, the possibility of criminals to attack in an automated way through bots, different automated phishing attacks. It's incredible. Next, the resources. With less resources, nowadays we can get better devices. For example, criminals are getting more sophisticated devices, better devices. And they use technology to commit their crimes. The speed of data exchanges, resource exchange, and child pornography exchange nowadays is faster. And by being faster, there are different conflicts even to detect those problems. So it is important to promote quick data retention as well as information or information logs for the telecommunication companies. We are giving them more work by asking them to have controls to keep spam, and if we also force them to retain data for a certain period of time, that is going to be quite long because all legal processes are quite long. Then there's an additional cost for the telecommunication company. Another thing is the quick development and the problems of smart devices connected to wireless access points. So the problem nowadays is not so much the computers to which you can include control mechanisms, but for example, the microwave oven that you can connect from home to warm your meals. That connection to your router may endanger all the other devices that you have connected and to be subjected to cyber attacks, or that maybe your smart TV may be hacked through that. So imagine all the possibilities that there are. And also anonymous communication or failure in traditional investigation instruments or tools. So it is important to have cooperation with the different internet and telecommunications service providers. Maybe if we don't have a close relationship to them, we are not going to be able to be successful. We need to have cooperation with the legal system and service providers so that we can investigate cyber crimes.
Other issue is the encryption technology that may reduce access in the hands of criminals. It is more feasible that people that use can have encryption technology, very sophisticated encryption, because that same technology could be used to commit a crime. The same goes for knowing full well that they use these technologies and with management processes. Within the legal framework, it is important to serve some challenges or to overcome the challenges because nowadays we're living in a world that is global. We got to see challenges when it comes to laws and regulations that the criminal code and the legislation should be drafted by experts or with lawyers that they know about internet or that they have internet expertise. We require legal knowledge and technical know-how. And if we do not have that, we're going to be in terrible problems. Identifying some of our own criminal provisions, for example, and redrafting new legislation, gathering expertise, engineers, and lawyers. There's a huge increase on the adoption of new technologies, so it is necessary to have new instruments of investigations where we can develop, for example, procedural schemes to analyze digital evidence. For example, in the city of Mexico or in Mexico, we have criminal provisions for the public sector with chains of custody that they work very effectively. The problem is that usually these procedures are not pursued or followed by some of the institutions in the private sector. Another thing that is very interesting is when we include in the agencies or in the police enforcement officers, for example, the National Guard, in crime scene investigation, to have the necessary scientific tools and technical tools to investigate and to prevent these sort of crimes, given a federal context that is for the whole country, or in a local country as well, in a local context as well. So law enforcement agencies that become experts in cybercrime, they should monitor and surveil internet, open sources and internet, identify where the incidents are, or any cybercrime or preventive practices, creating a culture of self-care, as I heard, promoting cybersecurity preventive alerts or early alerts, and participating or to train or to have a national center like the CERT in Argentina, and to prevent and to mitigate threats, not to put at risk the technological infrastructure that we have in place in our country. So this unit of cybersecurity and the incident response center of cybercrime helps with maintaining an ongoing surveillance of the public internet network, where there's a possibility of creating a sort of communities, like being part of the Forum for Incident Response and Security Teams, discussing information with international agencies on new cybercrime threats that were discovered, protocols for software and hardware. I have 4 minutes left, and I'm going to discuss some experience that was very interesting for the city of Mexico that it could be replicated for our students. We were part of a working group for the Banking and E-commerce Commission of the Association of Banks, Banking Association in Mexico. So we had a model that was that the dirty laundry is done at home. That is, all the incidents that had to do the targeting in a financial institution was sought to mm, be gathered or dealt with in a cert that was financial cert. So in Mexico, we could create a financial cert in Mexico. just like the CERT of the National University of Mexico or the CERT of the banks in Mexico. So we gathered some statistics, we did some research, everything was good, up and running, the infrastructure, the creation of the association, the information gathered to connect with the banking association and the interconnection with the CERT. All said and done, but we need to sign an agreement and to share information. Many banks were unwilling to be part of this because they consider that the way that they manage cybercrime risk with cybersecurity risk was a competitive characteristic. So it was absurd. I mean, I want to advocate with the Incident Response Center on cybercrime, but I don't want to share my information to resolve these issues. This was like 10 years ago. I am sure that this scheme or this way of thinking, I'm sure it has evolved and has changed. But it is sad because, in a way, people was looking at us and said, okay, why am I sharing this information? Or why did I prevent this potential risk? Because at the same time, it makes me more competitive. That's why I'm going to have more clients and therefore I'm not going to share. So it's selfish. Imagine that other institutions, when somebody was not sharing, would they be willing to share information, especially this financial institute that may seem selfish, will become isolated and will not have access to the main problems or the main issues or different ways of approaching a potential incident. So cooperation, being humble or humility, and international cooperation are the keys to this. Thank you very much. And Jocelyn, thank you for giving me a chance to speak, and I could gladly take those questions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation, Alfredo. And what she really said, we caught my attention because with robotics, for example, if these devices commit a crime, for example, in the case of self-driven automobiles, who I'm going to pursue? The equipment, the programming, programmer, the owner of the vehicle. You know, it's something that is going to be widely discussed in the forum. Thank you very much for your participation. And let's continue with Jeff Wilward from the Internet Society. Jeff?
Great. And thank you, Jocelyn, for moderating, and Olga for having me here. I had English going in one ear and Spanish going in the other with a bit of delay in between. So apologize if I'm a little delayed in some things. I think I had a presentation. If we don't have it,
yes, the team has it.
I'm sorry?
Yes, the team has the presentation.
We have it, but we haven't put it in the system. Can you share it with your screen? If you just
Yes, I can.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Let me get that set up. All right, sorry for the delay there. All right, so again, thanks for having me. I'm Senior Director of Online Trust at the Internet Society, and I'd like to focus on encryption and how it ties to cybercrime. I think most of you know the Internet Society, but just to give you some context, this year we have 8 projects focused on either making the internet stronger or growing it, or more access to the internet. And one of ours is focused on encryption. And it ties into our mission statement that we're working for an open, globally connected, and in our case, secure and trustworthy internet for everyone. So we see encryption as an underpinning of the internet that's very critical. So encryption 101, or maybe this is encryption 01. Essentially, encryption scrambles data, and so that only the person who's supposed to be able to see it can use a key to decrypt it. It's in use broadly in the internet today. And then there's kind of a special case of encryption called end-to-end, which got a lot of attention earlier this year when Zoom had claimed end-to-end encryption, but wasn't really implementing that. And in that case, only the sender and the receiver can see the communications that's happening. Not even the service in the middle can see it. So just to draw a distinction, when you, for instance, Gmail, when I send an email through Gmail, from me to Google, it's encrypted. From Google to the ultimate recipient, it's encrypted, but Google can see the content in between. Contrast that with WhatsApp, where only the sender and receiver can see what's happening in terms of the communications. And so it's kind of a special case, mostly used in video and other types of messaging these days. But it's gotten a lot of attention of late. Whether you know it or not, everyone is relying on encryption today, all the way from the critical infrastructure that was talked about in the last session to financial systems with banking, healthcare. All of this has come under more scrutiny and more intensity with COVID, people working from home, doing healthcare from home. And there's a lot more sensitive information transiting the internet. So it's more important than ever that that information is protected, and encryption is the way that happens. So on the right there, we have kind of the consumer view of things. All your web browsing, over 90% of sessions on the web today are encrypted with HTTPS, if you've seen that. E-commerce, that's your financial transactions often, and then the secure messaging that I already talked about. So this is critical, and it's even critical for governments themselves. We see around the world many government agencies recommending that their staff or their employees use products like Signal to ensure confidentiality and security of their communications. And we see it in the law enforcement and military as well. And the reason that's important is everyone using this off-the-shelf, kind of easy-to-use technology today. It used to be that easy. Now it's very convenient for people to use encrypted services. It really, the value of it is huge, and efforts to undermine encryption then increase the risk to everyone who's using those services, and that includes governments themselves. So one of the things that we like to point out is that encryption is a strong underpinning of the internet, but trying to undermine it in various ways puts both personal and national security at risk. So that needs to be taken into account when trying to pursue access to encrypted communication. So these next handful of slides are data from a recent FAILS data threat report focused on Latin America. About 200 organizations fed into this data, mostly in Mexico and Brazil. And just wanted to give a perspective of what are the data protection and threat concerns and the use of encryption to protect data in Latin America. So just real quickly here, 21% of organizations had a breach in the last year. Almost 50% have had a breach at some point in time. And 17% have failed some kind of compliance audit in the last year. So breaches are happening. We've seen, all of us have talked about that. And if anything, year after year, they call it the year of the breach because they seem to be getting bigger and more prevalent. So talking about the security side of things, and there's been a shift to the cloud where I think overall globally about 50% of sensitive data is now in the cloud. And so 100% of the organizations surveyed said they have at least some sensitive data in the cloud not protected. So there's work to do there. And only 53% of sensitive data is protected by encryption. And I'll talk a little bit more about the reasons, but one of the challenges is with so many different cloud services, you have software service, application services, infrastructure services. It's a challenge to work with all those different cloud services to properly protect data. So that's a big potential risk that's happening with enterprises. I know this is tiny text, but I just wanted to make the point here that the #1 adopted thing today is database encryption, which is great. It's over 60%. That is much higher than we would have expected. There was a report about 5 years ago that only 4% of breaches were, quote, secured, meaning the data was encrypted so the criminal could extract the data but then couldn't do anything with it. We'd like 100% to be that way, right? So that even if somehow a criminal gets access, can't actually make use of the data. So the #1 thing here is that databases are encrypted, and another 29% are intending to do it this year. That would get us to 90%. That would be huge. File encryption is next at 60%. Right behind that is the enabling encryption in cloud services. And you can go down the line, and several of the things you see further down are things that were mentioned by the other panelists, like password use and access management. And then if you go fourth up from the bottom is multi-factor authentication, which means even if your credentials get stolen, there's a second factor that gets used for access. And that's a huge protection that everyone should be doing this these days, and only 44% of the organizations are doing that. So this is very interesting data, but it does show a good trend, especially when you look at the plans and everyone we get up into the mid 80s or 90% range on implementation. Looking at the other side of things, what are the IT folks concerned about in Latin America that kind of gets in their way? So the 0% here on the upper right is the number of organizations not concerned about data security. Flip that around, 100% of the organizations are concerned about data security. That's good. But the top thing there is improper access management. So we talked about that a bit. Credential stealing is still by far the #1 access by criminals. Password storage is right behind that. And then the third one there is data at rest is not encrypted. So again, that ties right to encryption. So it's one of the top 3 factors that is a concern for the IT folks protecting the data. And then finally, when we talk about encryption, we always get questions about quantum. When is it going to happen? What impact is it going to have? Here we have almost 90% of organizations in Latin America are concerned that quantum computing will create exposures for their data, and 73% see it affecting them in the next 5 years. When you really look at what's going on with quantum, it's going to take a number of years before even the most advanced implementations of it will be able to break current cryptography in a short time. But in parallel, they're developing quantum-proof encryption methods. So it will keep pace with the ability of quantum computers. The trick will be that there will be, for data at rest especially, that's already been encrypted, to re-encrypt that using these new techniques to be quantum-proof. And so that is going to be a huge transition as it becomes available in the future. So it is definitely a concern, it's definitely a reality, but it's still many years away, we think. So encryption is under threat around the world, usually from a law enforcement or intelligence access perspective. I need to get the data that will help me catch these criminals in a variety of criminal activities. The challenge here is that, at least today, there's no known way to provide access to that data without putting all the users on that service at risk. Let's just use WhatsApp as an example. I know it's very prominent in America. It's end-to-end encrypted and often the target of these approaches by governments. If I were to create a mechanism where I could get to the data of one WhatsApp user but it's any WhatsApp user, I would then be creating the ability to get at all WhatsApp users. And if somehow that technique, that access were to be found by criminals, other nations that didn't have such good purposes in mind, essentially everyone on that service is now at risk. And that includes law enforcement and military that may be using these services, or government staff. And that's the challenge. It's the risk reward kind of ratio. And so it really is a vulnerability designed into the system. And that's why it's important to understand both the value of encryption and the risk that this exceptional access can introduce. And especially also in Latin America, we're now seeing kind of a blending of worlds. Like WhatsApp is a great case. You don't just use it for messaging with your friends and family. It's tied into banking, it's tied into telehealth services and so forth. And so access into that or breaking into that can create a whole realm of other cyber criminal potential because all those services are now linked. And then finally, we're seeing a survey out of Australia, for instance, which passed a law a couple of years ago that allows the government to mandate backdoor access, that some companies in Australia, 40%, according to this survey, said they had lost business because of that law. It's a trust factor on the internet. Can I trust that you're going to keep my data safe and not have a backdoor come in somewhere that's going to undermine the data protection that should be built in? So one of the things we did earlier this year, along with a couple partner organizations, is launch a global encryption coalition. So the steering committee of that coalition is the Internet Society, the Center for Democracy and Technology, and Global Partners Digital. We launched in May with a series of 5 global webinars. One of them was hosted in Brazil, and we had a number of Brazilian civil society organizations involved in that. And if you're listening, thank you. We started with about 35 civil society members. We're now at 75 members. We now have industry joining and individual technologists. And we're both promoting and protecting encryption around the world. So more use of strong encryption, but also protect it from efforts to undermine it. And so one of the things we'd love to do is have the folks who are on this call or in this session who don't know about this to consider joining us in the Global Encryption Coalition. One of the interesting resources that Global Partners Digital offers, one of the steering committee members, is a world map of encryption. And you see the URL at the bottom there. It looks at several different factors related to encryption around the world. And it starts with a general right to encryption, but then you can go deeper and examine the laws themselves and import-export controls and all that kind of thing. You kind of see Brazil as an example highlighted there. Over time, we expect this to become more robust. There are countries that aren't covered today, so we're working on filling that in with them, and also make it simpler to use, kind of give a red, yellow, green kind of indication of how strongly a given country deals with encryption in the sense of promoting it and not undermining it. So this is a resource if you're interested in encryption activity today to go look at. And then as the Internet Society, we've created a number of resources to help explain the situation regarding encryption and what you can do about things. The cluster of documents on the left are mainly what we call fact sheets explaining the various backdoor access methods and how they actually work and the risks associated with them. The cluster on the right there is a variety of things. There's one fact sheet on quantum computing, which I just referenced a bit ago. But also we have several that are focused on communities of interest. So journalists, they rely on encryption. It can be life or death for them. The LGBTQ community. We're working on some with domestic violence victims. And around the world, you see a number of constituencies that are heavily reliant on encryption, which makes it even more important to protect encryption. Also wanted to note that we have a training course under development to kind of go through not only what encryption is, but how it's applied, and especially from a policy standpoint. and that'll be available next year for those who might be interested. So last slide here, just encourage you to join us. Encryption is one of the best ways to prevent cybercrime, and getting more adoption in industry and policymakers understanding it is important. Each individual can take steps to improve their profile in terms of use of encryption. And if you are in an organization that may be interested, I encourage you to join the Global Encryption Coalition. Thanks again.
Muchísimas gracias, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Interesting presentation. What you mentioned in encryption, it is used as the objective follow when we need to protect the networks of information. Olga, are you keeping track of the time? I think that we should start with the Q&A, right? If students have questions, probably we can take them. Yes, sure, I'm here. I would like to thank you for the excellent presentations in the panel. The rest of the students are with the simultaneous interpretation, and then you go to YouTube. So it's like we have different channels together with YouTube. We have questions from them.
I will go into English for a moment. For Jeff, how an organization or another part of the question, if a government can be part of the coalition or it has to be a civil society organization, and what's the procedure to become a member?
Thanks for that question. Governments cannot be part of the coalition, although we work a lot with governments, as you would expect, on their policies and so forth. Civil society, industry, companies, and individual technologists can be part of the coalition. I don't know the best way to send out a link, but there's a form that you can express your interest. Actually, the easiest way is to go to globalencryption.org. That's the website for the coalition. And there is a join us, I think that's what it is, button on the upper right. That takes you to the forum to express your interest, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay, I can share that with the audience. If I can go on and fix it, or maybe you can send it to us by email and I can share with them. Thank you very much, Jeff. Las demás preguntas, I will switch to Spanish now. Las demás preguntas son generales para.
The rest of the questions are for Adrián, Alfredo, and for Jose. Now, is WhatsApp encryption vulnerable?
There's another one for Jeff. Sorry, I switched to English. What's the most important elements to consider for policymakers for encryption? And if WhatsApp encryption is vulnerable?
So I think the most important aspect to consider is that balance, that risk balance that I talked about. Mostly what is I would say under attack with encryption is end-to-end encryption, because it's hard to see inside what's going on. And whereas encryption to your bank, encryption to e-commerce, encryption in email, most of that is point-to-point encryption, as I talked about, and by serving a warrant to either the company that's at one end or in the middle, usually you can get access to the data you want. But it's that risk to take into account that getting access over here means opening up potential access, bad access by criminals in other nations over here. I'm sorry, I don't remember the second half of the question.
The other was if WhatsApp encryption is vulnerable.
Yeah, as far as we know, not. There have been some publicized cases of people getting access to WhatsApp data. That's often because the data was stored in the cloud unencrypted. So it was a backup kind of data, not the actual communication back and forth. The underlying protocol used in WhatsApp is the same one used in Signal. It was actually developed by Signal. And so it is thought to be very strong end-to-end encrypted.
Thank you very much. I will switch to Spanish now. Para Adrián y para... Sí, ¿quieres decir algo, Alfredo? Discúlpame.
Alfredo, would you like to say something? Yes, and I would like to add something to what Jeff comments. WhatsApp had its policies in effect point-to-point encryption, so the communication is encrypted from the device to the server. However, the vulnerability, as Jeff said, is when you back it up, when you back up information. So when you have the backup, conversations are encrypted, but you have keys to that folder to encrypt them. So if a cyber criminal has access to the backup, or if you connect your cell phone to some sort of device that can capture that information and extract that information, that key folder or the key saved in that folder could be saved, and therefore they would have access to that information. There's another question. In what countries is it compulsory or obligatory to report in the case they fall victims of cybercrime? Mexico is one of them. Victims that fall victim of cybercrime is basically reported when they make a claim. However, there are some victims of cybercrime, especially fraud, e-commerce, when many people, as Jose said, do not file a claim because lack of knowledge or because they feel embarrassed that they made a mistake just by being socially engineered. Okay. Thus, in Mexico, it's not obligatory. It's not a requirement. Olga, I would like to add one comment here. In general terms, in most of our countries, if it's a public official or a public institution, it is required by law. However, in the private sector, almost no country is required to report as something personal. It depends on the person or it depends on the company. So they may file a claim or not. I want to clarify that even public institutions sometimes report the crime, and many times that involves a discussion in different forums with the CERTs, the CRTs, to keep the platform running and to keep the systems running. Sometimes they delete evidence of a cybercrime to provide continuity to the service. If it's a public CRT, they are required to file a claim before cybercrime. In terms of data protection, and this not only goes for Mexico, but for the rest of Latin America and for Spain. Companies that suffer vulnerabilities or that they have fallen prey of these cyber criminals that put at risk personal data of their customers or clients have the obligation or they are required to file a claim or to report it to their clients or to the respective law enforcement authorities. But in connection with personal data protection, as being accountable or responsible for this data, they should report it. Thank you, Alfredo, Andrea. When the state doesn't have protocols to act, or SART or CERTs, where they are now in operation, how can an individual approach this sort of cyber crime attacks? Typically, the CRTs, they are operational 24/7. Now, regardless of this, whether it is operational or not, what an individual should do or a company should do when faced with a cybercrime is to review first, to check the system, and to report this to the ministry that an attack was made, and notify the corresponding agency, and to check the security mechanisms to prevent any further attacks. There were cases, even in the United States, in a hospital with ransomware, that they closed the exits or the exit doors, and they couldn't provide medicine if the ransom was not paid, or in a hotel where guests could not take their luggage out of their rooms because the keys were blocked, the car keys. So that is, the requirement is to file a claim and to take action to prevent any further attacks in the future.
Hay una pregunta para el Ministerio Público, pero el próximo panelista es del Ministerio Público, así que se lo vamos a dejar para ahora.
Okay, we have questions, but it's for the public ministry, and I'm sure that they're in the next panel. The last question is, they say that blockchain is a more secure technology. Is that right? Cryptography or encryption is not blockchain. Blockchain is based on a registry that operates with encryption and with hashes and time seal models, time stamping models. Continue. Blockchain is secure because it operates with a distributed computer system. It's not centralized. So it prevents at all times of having CD attacks. That is done with technological infrastructure that are called miners. And in this way, they fight for the load of that package within the network. Plus the hash, that is the summary of the DNA of the set of files that make up this block. And that's precisely the connection of the link with the following. So if somebody would like to change or wanted to change a part of that block, it would be evident for the rest of them. And you have a backup with all the miners that make up that chain. So it is more secure and very secure. As such, it's been reliable. And some crypto assets basically are run with this mechanism. I'm sorry, but the connection is not good. We cannot translate. It's not using the microphone, so we cannot translate this.
esa base de datos. No está centralizada en un solo servidor. Es tecnología peer-to-peer, no es tecnología nueva. Se utilizaba antes mucho para los programas para descargar música, para descargar películas, etc. Sin embargo, la criptografía va a generar una confianza en la integración, en la integridad, perdón, de la información. Es decir, explicó, toda la información que está compuesta de forma digital. Esa información digital tiene una composición binaria, es decir, está compuesta por bits, que a su vez son bytes, kilobytes, y el hash es el algoritmo criptográfico que va a generar un código alfanumérico, la composición binaria de esa información digital o de esos activos digitales.
Gracias.
Que donde se altere un solo bit va a cambiar todo el código alfanumérico. Entonces, realmente...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we cannot translate his talk because he's not using the microphone and the connection is it's broken up, basically. I will resume the translation as soon as he's done.
Ha sido una estrategia que ha servido para presentar una seguridad razonable, porque ya hay hash que han sido vulnerados como el MD5, A1, que han sido colisionados. Sin embargo, el SHA-256, que es el que utiliza blockchain, todavía no ha habido ninguna prueba de vulnerabilidad, ya sea por ataque de fuerza bruta o por, como bien decía, que el ciberdelincuente tenga que controlar la mayoría simple de la comunidad para poder autorizar una transacción espúrea.
Una más para Adrián. ¿Cuáles son los organismos que trabajan en el análisis de los incidentes con Interpol?
What are the agencies that work in preventing incidents or investigating incidents together with Interpol? I don't think that they're investigating. But I could tell you that we work together with other international organizations like the UN, the OAS, Council of Europe, Asia Paul. So we're working together with these international organizations and regional ones, and hand in hand with the private sector. Sometimes they provide a lot of information or intel because that information is good for decision making. Also, companies from the private sector, I don't know if I can mention them here, but these companies work with malware, cybersecurity companies like SSIG. In Mexico, we have members like Citum, it's a cybersecurity company. Also banks, banking institutions, and some individuals that work in our office in Singapore, where we have the Cybercrime, Interpol Cybercrime unit, where we have people from the private sector, where we analyze the intel or the data that we receive. So sometimes we write reports, alerts, modus operandi, alerting the 134 countries that are members of Interpol about a new ransomware or ransomware campaigns targeted to the health sector during the COVID-19 pandemic. They were alerted in a region and later published by Interpol to raise awareness. Some others cyber attacks that are published on an ongoing basis by us, so we can communicate this information effectively. Sometimes that information does not reach the far corners of the world, so we're working on that. And that's why we have a public and private association and also partnerships with academia that allow us to communicate effectively this information and raising awareness campaigns and some communication campaigns that we have underway. Good. Probably if there are pending questions, I'm sure that they're going to be addressed by other panelists later on. Thank you very much. Thank you for moderating the panel. Thank you, Jeff. Many thanks. Alfredo, Jose, Adrian, it's a pleasure to have seen you here. Hope that you stay healthy and safe at home. We're all safe here. So hopefully I will see you. I look forward to seeing you in the future. Greetings from Oscar and Adrian. Thank you very much. And we're going to break for half an hour, 25 minutes, and we will resume at 4:30 with the last two keynote speakers.
los ataques a los sistemas informáticos estatales que no necesariamente puedan considerarse un ataque institucional. Así que por ese lado transitamos estos meses y seguimos transitando seguramente un tiempo más. La UFESI, la unidad de mi cargo, trabajando con otros fiscales. No tenemos todos los casos ciber, digamos, sino que colaboramos con los fiscales que tienen los casos, además de generar nuestras propias investigaciones. Hacemos mucha tarea de capacitación también, de generar capacidades entre los investigadores y mucha cooperación internacional. Somos miembros de varias redes de cooperación internacional.
And we provide technical assistance, and this is important for our work. I believe that Marcus is going to talk about international cooperation. So I'm not going to be addressing this. Let's discuss intervention. What happens in a pandemic? The first steps during the pandemic, when Argentina was discussing lockdown and they restricted some activities by mid-March this year, we were receiving reports from other countries with different things in connection with the pandemic of COVID, domain name registration. I can propose some tools that they use with the domain name system. And also some cyber attacks that were likely, even though we were prepared to defend ourselves from the attacks, but we were surprised by some. They are being replicated in other countries, as a matter of fact. And sometimes Argentinians are witty enough to commit other crimes. What happens during the pandemic is people are becoming increasingly more interconnected because we couldn't go to our offices, we didn't go to school. So we had home office and homeschooling. And we had users that were unprepared for this, corporate and people navigated the internet. Children studied with video conference, Zoom, Google Meetings, Blue Jeans, and all the video conference apps that you could imagine. Especially in the public sector, we had new words. And this made us being exposed to many issues that when you are in a corporate network and when you're not in protected by a network. I'm sorry, but I cannot translate that. He's not using the microphone, I'm sorry.
Reemplazar a los organismos que se encargan específicamente de eso y sin pretender tampoco abarcar todos los temas, porque nos es imposible. Sí, alertar algunas cuestiones que nos parecen importantes y fundamentalmente trabajar con el acceso a la justicia. ¿Cómo hace una persona que es víctima de un crimen para poder concretar su denuncia, para poder ejercer una acción penal o civil contra los que considera responsables de un caso? Así que bueno, venimos trabajándose bastante, tanto desde la cuenta institucional de la Procuración, como desde mi cuenta de Twitter, y desde muchos otros lugares también, medios de comunicación. Hemos trabajado bastante, pensamos que si tenemos usuarios más preparados, vamos a minimizar la cantidad de riesgos y probablemente también la cantidad de casos. Pero además de tener mucho más conexión, muy probablemente íbamos a tener nuevos delitos. O tal vez, en realidad, más que nuevos delitos, viejos delitos reciclados. Porque lo que pasó es fundamentalmente esto. que muchas modalidades delictivas se reciclaron y se adaptaron a los códigos de pandemia, y a medida que los meses fueron pasando, estas modalidades fueron mutando y se fueron ajustando aún más. Lo que más hemos trabajado y lo que tiene que ver más con nuestro campo de acción tiene que ver con los phishings, los accesos ilegítimos y los fraudes. Les voy a dar algunos ejemplos de lo que hemos visto. Tal vez en sus países también hayan visto cosas similares. Hay algunas bien en clave argentina, pero entendemos también que por lo menos en algunos países limítrofes de nuestro país, algunas de estas cosas también han pasado. Lo primero que empezó y era bastante lógico eran estos emails de phishing, por lo general de Netflix, diciéndonos que nuestra suscripción tuvo algún inconveniente, o etcétera, y que debíamos hacer clic aquí en el botoncito rojo, creo que se ve el cursor, y si no, lo verán igual, para ingresar los datos de tarjeta de crédito. Es una maniobra bastante conocida de phishing. El problema, y fundamentalmente los primeros días de la pandemia, era como todo el mundo estaba desesperado si no tenía Netflix a contratarlo o a contratar algún otro servicio de streaming, porque había que entretener a los chicos y había que entretenerse uno, y uno pensaba que esto iba a ser como una especie de spring break de 2 semanas de no trabajar y de ver maratones y después volver a la oficina. Entonces todo el mundo estaba aumentando la banda ancha y consiguiendo algún servicio de streaming si no tenía, y bueno, la realidad nos superó. Pero estos primeros phishing empezaron a aparecer, al menos en Argentina, a los muy pocos días de empezadas a decretar las primeras medidas de aislamiento preventivo. Hubo algunas previas para los que no viven en nuestro país y para los que estamos acá también, para acordarnos de cómo fue esta historia hace 6 meses. Hubo unos primeros días donde la administración pública no trabajaba y los niños no iban a la escuela, pero el resto de las cosas seguía funcionando, no había aislamiento, y a los 4 días o 5 hubo un aislamiento general, y ahí todos pensamos que íbamos a tener como 2 semanas de un parate y después todo volviera a la normalidad, y de ahí que estas campañas hayan aparecido tan fuertemente. Siguieron después con el transcurso de los meses, pero no con tanta intensidad. También, emparentado de la mano de los nuevos servicios de streaming, apareció el tan esperado para fundamentalmente los niños y los padres también, para poder descansar un poco de ellos o para ver alguna serie que nos gusta, de Disney Plus, que es la plataforma de streaming de Disney. Esto es conocido por todo el mundo. En Argentina llega ahora a fin de noviembre, y creo que para el resto de Latinoamérica también. Y sin embargo, ya desde mayo, junio, empezaban a aparecer los primeros sitios, no solamente webs, como ustedes pueden ver a la derecha de su pantalla, sino algunas cuentas en redes sociales, en este caso Facebook, donde por supuesto nos ofrecían la posibilidad de presuscribirnos o de suscribirnos a Disney Plus por fuera de los canales habituales, por supuesto, y en realidad nunca nos suscribíamos a nada, sino que captaban nuestros datos de tarjeta de crédito. Si bien esto no tenía clave necesariamente de pandemia, como todo el mundo estaba pendiente de esto, fue como muy interesante cómo empezaron a desplegarse estos sitios. Me acuerdo que, por ejemplo, previo a la pandemia, se había estrenado la última película de Disney Pixar, Onward o Unidos, y había tenido muy pocos días en el cine, y estaban como todos los padres desesperados y todos los chicos desesperados, y empezaban a aparecer enlaces para descargárselas, y la posibilidad de entrar a Disney Plus para verla, etc. Entonces era como el gran gancho para que la gente deje sus datos de tarjeta de crédito. Después, para Argentina específicamente, y el primer mail de fraude que vimos en clave de pandemia fue de una de las principales compañías de telefonía celular de nuestro país, donde les decían a los receptores del correo, que por lo general eran usuarios prepagos, es decir, que tienen una tarjeta o cargan crédito en el teléfono, que como sabían que no podían cargar el crédito presencialmente, ni en bancos, ni en oficinas de recarga, les permitían cargar con tarjeta de crédito, lo cual hasta ese momento no estaba habilitado, y que para eso tenían que hacer clic en el botón verde y cargar sus datos de tarjeta de crédito. En este caso sí, ya había una primera mención a la imposibilidad de moverse y a la pandemia, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Después veríamos que esto seguiría repitiéndose. Una de las cosas que más nos sorprendió por la virulencia de los ataques fueron al sistema bancario. Fundamentalmente en Argentina, los primeros días de la pandemia, por supuesto, los bancos no funcionaban, y eso generó, no había atención al público, y eso generó, largas colas para conseguir efectivo, muchos trámites frenados, quien tenía que renovar una tarjeta de crédito o hacer una operación no podía, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. De a poco los bancos fueron empezando a atender al público, pero con turno, y como además la gente usaba mucho más su banca electrónica y sus tarjetas de débito en vez de efectivo, bla, 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 bueno, mucha gente tenía problemas con sus tarjetas. Y no tenía la posibilidad de ir a la oficina de su banco para poder solucionarlo, hablar con un oficial de cuentas, hablar con alguien responsable. Y por lo general, y esto sí lamentablemente pasó mucho, los canales de atención telefónica estaban colapsados y no había algún otro canal que permitiera rápidamente solucionar los problemas, sumado a ello a la ansiedad y a la angustia propia de pensar que tal vez, no sé, habían captado nuestros datos de tarjeta de débito y nos estaban vaciando la cuenta o alguna cosa así. En ese contexto empezaron a aparecer primero en Facebook, después en Instagram y después en Twitter, algunas cuentas que simulaban ser la de los bancos, simulaban el look and feel de los bancos. Por ejemplo, en esta que vemos aquí, la foto de portada y la foto de perfil de la cuenta de Facebook eran la misma foto de portada y la misma foto de perfil que tenía en ese momento la cuenta original o verificada del banco, y los posteos también eran similares, se subían, se copiaban y se pegaban o las imágenes o los videos que subían. Entonces, estas cuentas lo que ofrecían a las personas que estaban navegando en Internet era la posibilidad de decir, bueno, si tú no puedes comunicarte con tu banco, no puedes ir a tu sucursal, déjanos los datos acá y te contactamos por privado. Y por lo general, en ese contacto por privado, captaban engañosamente los datos para acceder a la cuenta bancaria, y por supuesto después no solamente nos vaciaban la cuenta, sino que nos sacaban un préstamo automáticamente y la víctima tenía que quedarse pagando un préstamo bastante alto de dinero en 36 cuotas, una cosa terrible para cualquiera de nosotros que se lo pueda llegar a imaginar. Esto también empezó a funcionar muy fuerte en Instagram y en Twitter, como les decía. Ahí era esto fue como una nueva etapa o como una nueva oleada, una especie de fraude bancario reloaded, porque lo que hacían era, en este caso, no ya generar un sitio estático y esperar que las personas se acerquen, sino contactar directamente a aquellas personas que comentaban las fotos en las cuentas oficiales de los bancos. Entonces, si un usuario comentaba en una foto, lo cual era bastante común, el banco X subía una foto de una propaganda y un usuario le ponía, hola banco, no me puedo comunicar con ustedes, tengo un problema con mi tarjeta de crédito, desde la cuenta falsa, que repito, tenía el mismo look and feel que la cuenta original, misma foto de perfil, misma foto de portada, misma descripción en la bio, le decían, hola, soy tu agente fulano de tal, Juan Pérez, trabajo para tu banco, dinos cuál es nuestro problema, y el que picaba entregaba sus datos personales. Cuando los bancos empezaron a alertar sobre eso, e incluso algunos bancos cerraron los comentarios a sus publicaciones para evitar que la gente deje ahí expuesto que tenía un problema, lo que hicieron estas personas es empezar a seguir a las personas que seguían a las cuentas oficiales de los bancos, y les mandaban un mensaje directo y les ofrecían sus servicios. Incluso yo hice el ejercicio y creo que muchos lo habrán hecho, o por lo menos algunos que conozco en Twitter lo hicieron. Era increíble cuando uno empezaba a seguir páginas oficiales de bancos, automáticamente o a los pocos minutos un montón de bots nos empezaban a seguir con el mismo look and feel de las cuentas. Esto ha llegado a extremos tales como un banco en Argentina que cerró sus cuentas de Instagram, y otro banco en Argentina que, al revés de cerrarlas, lo que hizo fue exponer en la misma plataforma, que en este caso era Twitter, cuáles habían sido las cuentas que los habían invitado, cómo podía darse cuenta el cliente de que no era una cuenta oficial. El otro día reflexionaba sobre eso, acerca de cómo lo que los bancos siempre dijeron, pero de una manera tímida, al fondo de su web, en un correo que no nos lo decía, sino que nos invitaba a seguir un link para no asustarnos, para que no desconfiáramos del sistema bancario, ahora tuvieron que, superados por la realidad. Nosotros hemos tenido en UTESI muchísimos reportes de esto, más de 350 en los últimos 3 meses, y no estamos contando todos los casos del país, por supuesto, han tenido que salir mucho más agresivamente, lo cual celebramos, a no solamente avisar a sus clientes, sino también iniciar acciones penales sobre este tipo de cosas. Vamos a ver cómo estamos de tiempo, tenemos unos minutos más. Empresas de delivery o de envío de productos a domicilio. En los primeros tiempos en Argentina la gente no podía salir, entonces estas empresas empezaron a aprovechar eso y a entregarnos muchos de los productos que comprábamos. Nadie salía a comprar a los locales, la gente no podía ir a comprar comida, entonces todo nos lo traían a domicilio, y empezaron a aparecer estas cuentas en Facebook en este caso, pero también circularon cadenas de WhatsApp y mails también, donde nos ofrecían cupones de descuento o envío de productos gratis, y nosotros poníamos nuestras credenciales de acceso a nuestra cuenta, entonces ahí ganaban acceso a nuestra cuenta, tomaban nuestro dato de tarjeta de crédito, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Todo en clave de pandemia. Vamos a entregar lo mejor de cada uno, algunos otros eran codo a codo, como pueden ver aquí. Creo que aquí en la de la derecha se ve envío gratis, y esto era un poco lo que estaba pasando bien al principio de la pandemia. También aquí lo que les estoy mostrando son algunas cadenas de WhatsApp que se distribuyeron en Argentina. WhatsApp ha tenido, al principio de la pandemia, ha sido un vehículo muy usado para la distribución de muchas cosas malas, noticias falsas, con algunas consecuencias no deseadas, y también muchas campañas de spam o de phishing como estas, que invitaban a gente a cargar sus datos en un formulario para acceder a un subsidio del gobierno, para el cual no hacía falta cargar este formulario. A los pocos días esto se minimizó un poco porque WhatsApp modificó un feature que impedía que uno pudiera reenviar esta información a un número determinado de personas, entonces esto se minimizó bastante. Sin embargo, bueno, empezaron a aparecer algunas otras vías de comunicación. En ese sentido, yo creo que reaccionaron muy bien y muy rápido, pero por supuesto las organizaciones criminales están siempre un paso adelante y encuentran alguna otra forma de conseguir lo que desean. Estos son algunos de los formularios que se ofrecían para llenar. Por lo general, estos casos son solamente de captación de datos. Lo que pasa es que eran formularios muy específicos, entonces hacían bases de datos segmentadas muy interesantes. Incluso en algunos casos pedían envío de fotos del documento, o de fotos del pasaporte, o de algún dato adicional, por ejemplo una selfie, lo cual les permite después a quien tenga estas bases de datos poder validar su identidad en billeteras digitales con mucha facilidad, y ese es un poco de los problemas que estuvimos viendo. Aquí algunas de las campañas también que circularon por WhatsApp, ofertas de bonos semanales o de descuentos en supermercados. Si hacemos un poco de zoom en las imágenes, vemos que son todas fotos de supermercados de México, ni siquiera de Argentina, y creo que algunas de estas campañas también estuvieron circulando por otros países de la región de manera similar. Este es un sitio falso de la ANSES, nuestra Administración Nacional de Seguridad Social, que era la que se encargaba justamente de entregar los subsidios a las personas más necesitadas. Bueno, y también acá había mucha captación de datos con el montaje de estos sitios falsos. Imagínense que al principio mucha gente de pronto dejó de trabajar, mucha gente de pronto dejó de cobrar dinero, y el gobierno les ofrecía una posibilidad de recibir dinero en efectivo para paliar un poco la situación. No podían comprar comida, no podían pagar las cuentas, congelaron los alquileres, entonces de pronto nos aparecía esta posibilidad de llenar un formulario o cargar unos datos en una página que parecía oficial para poder cobrar algo de dinero, y muchísima gente masivamente se volcó a entregar sus datos, y nuevamente por eso les decía la cantidad de usuarios desprevenidos que había en ese sentido con relación al cuidado de sus datos. También, así como un poco más anecdótico, volvieron los famosos correos extorsivos donde nos decían que habían monitoreado nuestra actividad en internet, que habíamos visto sitios pornográficos, que nos habían filmado masturbándonos o haciendo cosas chanchas, naked things, en esos sitios, y que, bueno, para que esto no se divulgue teníamos que pagar $1.900 en bitcoins o en alguna otra criptomoneda. Por lo general, nosotros que nos dedicamos a esto ya habíamos visto muchas de estas campañas, igual mucha gente se asustó. Las campañas aparecieron en los primeros días de abril y duraron hasta mayo, junio, fueron cambiando, pero eran similares. En algunos casos también había campañas relativas a supuestos seguimientos: te estamos siguiendo, sabemos dónde vivís, qué haces, si no querés que lo divulguemos, paganos dinero, un genérico absoluto. O le decían a las empresas Hemos filtrado su base de datos o hemos accedido a su base de datos y después, si no nos paga, la vamos a filtrar, un genérico sin dar explicaciones, sin dar ninguna prueba de eso, y mucha gente se asustaba. Por suerte, poca pagó, pero la realidad es que, como ya sabemos, en estos casos son pescadores, con que paguen un 1% o menos es suficiente para ellos porque el esfuerzo es cero. También hemos visto mucho esto, mucho uso de redes sociales para conductas que pueden estar ahí reñidas con la libertad de expresión y el uso de ciertas intimidaciones, no solamente para alentar la comisión de delitos, sino para difundir noticias falsas que en algún contexto se ha considerado que podían implicar algunas acciones que podían traducirse en incitación a la violencia colectiva, un tema bastante discutido, un tema de interpretación, un tema de libertad de expresión, de interpretar los tipos penales también, de entender cuál es la lógica de las redes, pero que estuvo muy, muy, muy presente durante la pandemia por diversas razones, algunas críticas al gobierno, por ejemplo, que podían ser interpretadas dependiendo de cómo, de la simpatía política o como una incitación a la violencia, algunos tweets invitando a saquear, por ejemplo, es una práctica lamentablemente muy triste en nuestra Argentina, y al principio cuando se pensaba que iba a faltar alimentos era como que había mucho temor sobre eso, o algunas cosas como la venta de certificados para circular. En Argentina, para circular de un lugar al otro, uno tiene que tener un certificado en principio, entonces había algunas ofertas de ventas de certificados falsos, algunas eran a título de broma, otras eran en serio, así que había que hacer un análisis muy minucioso y muy en contexto para entender qué es lo que se estaba diciendo. También, dentro de lo mismo también, cuando el aislamiento era mucho más estricto, todavía lo es, pero bueno, algunas cosas se han relajado, había mucha incitación a romper el aislamiento en redes sociales. Me acuerdo de un caso de la Not COVID Party, que era una fiesta que se organizaba, supuestamente iba a ser virtual, pero todos sabíamos que no era virtual, para gente que supuestamente se había recuperado del COVID, pero que no podía salir. Había una norma que decía que uno se tenía que quedar en la casa, y sin embargo organizaban fiestas, reuniones. Repito, ahora en Argentina la cosa está mucho más relajada, pero vayamos para los argentinos a abril, mayo, hubo un caso muy famoso de una modelo que se encerró, una persona que se encerró en un baúl de un auto y fue a visitar al novio y lo subió historias de Instagram y fue infraccionada, etcétera, etcétera. Muchos casos de esos, y mucho de eso comentado en redes sociales, y las redes sociales fue como un motor de búsqueda muy grande para detectar ciertas infracciones y patrones de contacto. Y después, para finalizar, los ataques informáticos, computer crimes, que estuvieron a la orden del día en este tiempo, ataques distribuidos de negación de servicio, defacement y ransomware. El ransomware en Argentina, especialmente en los últimos tiempos, ha estado muy presente, y sin embargo ya Europol avisaba de esto desde el principio. Muchas campañas de ransomware, lamentablemente muchas campañas de ransomware dirigidas al sector público y al sector de salud también. Recordemos, WannaCry afectó al sistema de salud británico. Recientemente también hubo un caso muy triste, creo que en Alemania, donde aparentemente, por lo que leí por los diarios, una organización criminal pensaba que estaba atacando a una universidad o a una escuela y terminó atacando un hospital. El hospital no pudo acceder a las historias clínicas y un paciente murió. En algunos otros lugares de Estados Unidos, me parece, vi que algunos hospitales estaban trabajando manual porque no podían acceder a las historias clínicas. Estamos hablando en un contexto donde hay personas internadas con respiradores. Es realmente complicado, y en algunas organizaciones todavía no se ve la suficiente conciencia acerca de la necesidad que tiene de adoptar protocolos necesarios para tener un plan de contingencia frente a un ataque de ransomware que a veces es muy difícil de detectar. Plan de contingencia le hace backups, le hace saber qué hacer y le hace usuarios preparados para evitar caer o evitar exponer a su organización a estos riesgos. Así que ese ha sido así todo un pantallazo bastante rápido de las cosas. Aquí les dejo algunos datos de contacto por si a alguien después le interesa. En mi cuenta de Twitter estamos por lo general subiendo muchas de las cosas de las cuales les hablé, con algún otro detalle, así que si quieren revisar el historial, ahí van a encontrar detalles, capturas de pantalla, y cómo se va desarrollando este fenómeno. Eso ha sido todo. Me parece que en tiempo perfecto, Olga.
Como siempre, perfecto. Y además los aconsejo a toda la audiencia que los
Thank you very much. Please follow Mr. Esselin because he has good advice on how to protect against cybercrime. I included the two-factor authentication because in July they hacked my Skype. They asked for money, and some of them even chatted with the cyber attacker. So even my son was critical of the two-factor authentication. So follow what Asio has very good advice. And there's just a few questions from the audience that probably you can take. In connection with the effective attack against immigration, the immigration department. To the immigration department in Argentina, especially in the technical department, what were the modalities of methodology used? Can we learn out of this experience? To what extent are cyber criminals being apprehended, and what are the penalties or the punishment for these people? And how do you consider the talent offering from Argentina in order to overcome the challenges? And if you have people in your team, and what do you mean when there's governments that that they are not raising awareness against the vision campaigns that could mitigate these attacks?
Los talentos. Me parece que Argentina y la región tienen una comunidad de seguridad informática excelente. No sé, yo miro a la gente que sigo en Instagram, veo la repercusión, la importancia que tienen eventos como la Ecoparty en Argentina, que es referente a nivel mundial, o por lo menos a nivel mundial seguro, regional seguro de seguridad informática, y la preparación que hay en Argentina de estas cosas, y realmente me parece que hay un muy buen capital humano para eso. Me parece que el problema que hay tiene que ver, no es un problema argentino, es un problema más generalizado, porque lo he hablado con gente de la región y de otros lugares del mundo. Tengo la sensación de que los profesionales, los investigadores en seguridad informática son personas muy inquietas, entonces trabajar para el Estado no es exactamente lo más entusiasmante, si esa palabra existe, porque son como instituciones mucho más rígidas, poco cambiantes. No es que difícilmente esta persona tenga un proyecto, lo ejecute y después le den otro, sino que probablemente se la contrate para hacer una tarea más o menos repetitiva por mucho tiempo. Entonces, no es atractivo. No son atractivos los sueldos, no son atractivos los sueldos comparados con el sector privado. Nosotros no podemos pagarle desde el Estado a un investigador en seguridad informática lo mismo que cobraría en el sector privado. Trabajar en el Estado, bueno, ahora se ha relajado con el home office, pero implica fichar, cumplir horas de trabajo, y tal vez un investigador trabaja mejor de noche, porque toda la vida estuvo tirando scripts de noche, y yo lo entiendo, pero a lo mejor es un trabajo 9 a 5, entonces eso es muy complicado, y los pocos que yo conozco que son buenos lo hacen con una gran vocación. Me parece que hay algunas opciones para juntar lo mejor de dos mundos, tener sistemas de trabajo part-time o de contratación diferentes de los que hay, y fundamentalmente cazar talentos, pagarles la universidad y después contratarlos para que estén trabajando para el Estado una X cantidad de tiempo, como funciona en otros países. Eso por un lado. ¿Por qué el Estado no hace campañas de phishing? Yo creo que hace, pero no las hace lo suficiente. Los programas tienen que ser sostenidos, tienen que ser muy fuertes. La educación para el usuario de Internet tiene que ser permanente desde muy temprano. Entonces hay un camino muy largo para recorrer, porque además, por más que el Estado esté presente todo el tiempo, no siempre la gente presta atención a eso. Sí. Entonces no es tanto inculcar desde el Estado, sino tal vez empezar a pensar en la escuela, empezar a enseñar a programar, empezar a a enseñar seguridad informática como nos enseñan, no sé, ILE, por ejemplo, ¿no? Habría que pensar en ese tipo de cosas. Después, bueno, el tema de la cantidad de condenados y qué sé yo no tengo el dato, depende mucho. En Argentina hay como una gran distribución de los datos en función de las provincias y de las ciudades. Las penas varían, depende de los delitos, hay algunas que tienen máximas de 6 años, otros máximas de 10, otros máximas de 2 años. Hay una gran cantidad de condenas, por ejemplo, y esto basta revisar los diarios, por temas relacionados con el grooming o la distribución de imágenes de abuso sexual infantil. Busquen un poco la tarea que hace Daniel Lopuy en la ciudad, o mis colegas en Córdoba, en Chaco, en Chubut, y van a ver que hay un montón de condenas sobre eso, Bariloche también, con lo cual ahí hay una gran condena. Ahora, cibercriminales, y bueno, depende de lo que consideremos eso. Si cibercriminal es una persona que vende por Mercado Libre una bicicleta, y cuando me llega no es la bicicleta, no la recibo, bueno, de esos hay un montón, pero esos son estafadores poca monta que usan internet. No son cibercriminales, si es que esa palabra existe. Digamos, lo otro, los que hacen computer crimes, que son, digamos, más sofisticados, creo que hay pocos y son un poco más difíciles de captar, pero hay muchos casos de éxito en Argentina. No sé si me quedó algo más, Olga, por ahí.
Ha habido mucha curiosidad, en especial entre el alumnado argentino, sobre el ataque a migraciones, y creo que había una pregunta de si se había podido...
There's another question, lessons learned from the technical point of view of what had happened. Abel was asked the same question in the other panel.
Porque yo estoy interviniendo ahí, me parece que se estaba trabajando en detectar el origen sobre eso, mucho más no puedo comentarlo.
Está claro, pero te comento que hubo así como mucha curiosidad, obviamente. Bueno, Horacio, te agradezco muchísimo.
Thank you, Horacio. Thank you very much for giving us this dynamic presentation. Follow Horacio on Twitter. He has very good communication. So I'm sure that you're going to protect your assets from digital point of view. And right now, we're going to be closing this session. Shall we go? Yeah, we're going to break briefly, and then we're going to have Marco Sal, who's a lawyer that has expertise in cybercrime.
Volvemos con el último keynote de la tarde en este tercer día de...
Okay. Welcome to the third day of the third day School of Governance. We're adapting to the lockdown. I'm going to introduce right now a friend of ours. Marcos Salt is a renowned criminal attorney specializing Cybercrime. He is director of the program of the University of Buenos Aires School of Law. Marcos, it's a pleasure to have you here. There were many questions with Horacio Solín, and we have Adrián and Oscar Mesano, and the whole audience. We have people sometime from the Americas, and we had remote participation always. Since it's a virtual event, right now we have people from all continents. Thank you very much. Let's welcome you.
Gracias, Olga. Buenas tardes. Nuevamente agradecerles como siempre la invitación y felicitarlos por el enorme trabajo que hacen en todo el tema de gobernanza de Internet y todo lo que vienen haciendo en los últimos años y que realmente no hayan interrumpido como consecuencia de la pandemia, muestra el compromiso que ustedes tienen con estos temas y realmente son un ejemplo a nivel mundial. Así que muy agradecido y sí, Olga hoy estaba justo preparando que era lo más conveniente para compartir y recordaba, yo creo que nosotros empezamos a trabajar los temas de cooperación internacional en materia penal contigo en el año 2003 o 2004,
2003,
por allá por esa fecha 2003. En Cancillería, creo recordar.
2003, 2004, sí.
Fue así, ¿no? En una comisión en el año 2004.
Sí, estábamos pensando en la modificación del Código Penal para temas de ciberdelincuencia, que después ese proyecto no se concretó y hubo otro, pero empezamos a pensar en esa época. Eso era una comisión entre Relaciones Exteriores, Justicia y alguna otra área, la ONTI, creo. Con muchos amigos, Eugenio Curia, Gacho Curia,
eso
muchos
no
amigos.
Tiene absolutamente nada que ver con que estemos viejos, no se les ocurra a los que están ahí en la audiencia.
Nadie envejece, nosotros no envejecemos, Marcos. Hace muchos años que somos jóvenes.
Hace muchos años que somos jóvenes y los acumulamos en experiencia. Totalmente. Bueno, si te parece, voy a compartir pantalla para una breve presentación, para disparar las ideas, digamos. Se ve bien, ¿no?
Está ahí, ahora sí, tenés que poner proyección.
Sí, ahora lo paso a modo de presentación. Bueno, vamos a tratar de hablar de normativa internacional sobre ciberdelito. Obviamente es imposible referirse a todos los problemas que hay en relación a la normativa internacional sobre ciberdelito, así que me voy a centrar en algunos ejes que me parecen que son interesantes y que tienen que ver también con la coyuntura actual que estamos viviendo, pero también con las perspectivas que tenemos para futuro y que nos permiten de alguna manera tratar de identificar en qué se puede trabajar de ahora en más en adelante. Como ustedes ven, ese mapita lo que muestra no es más que parte de la realidad. Tenemos no solo el tema de los delitos a distancia ya cometidos de manera internacional, sino que hay algo muchísimo más importante que el tema de que los delitos se puedan cometer a distancia y que hoy tengamos autores y víctimas diseminadas por todo el mundo, sino que también la prueba que nosotros necesitamos para cualquier delito también requiere de estas transferencias internacionales de datos. Y esto es un tema que genera muchísimos problemas, como ya vamos a ver, y que genera un gran desafío para la cooperación internacional, que es en lo que me gustaría centrarme en la charla de hoy. Entonces, ¿y el COVID? ¿Qué ha sucedido con el COVID? El COVID ha sido un acelerador de un proceso de cambio. No significa que estos problemas no existieran antes, sino que lo que ha hecho el COVID es resaltar estos problemas y acelerar un proceso, de la misma manera que lo ha hecho en un montón de ámbitos de nuestra vida social, como es obviamente lo que hubo que hacer en adecuaciones sanitarias, lo que tuvo que ver con los cambios en el teletrabajo, lo que tiene que ver en los cambios que se están viendo a nivel de nuevas formas de trabajo, nuevas formas de economías y también ha mostrado la necesidad de profundizar cambios que ya se venían dando en nuestro sistema penal. Hay nuevos delitos, pero también, y Horacio creo que se refirió bastante a esto, hay nuevas formas de comisión de delitos tradicionales, la comisión de delitos. Muchos delitos que antes se cometían en el ámbito físico y se cometen en el ámbito digital. En lo que tiene que ver con la prueba digital empieza a reemplazar a la prueba física. Hoy los delitos empiezan a probar, y no me estoy refiriendo a un problema de los delitos informáticos, del cibercrimen, sino que me estoy refiriendo a la investigación de cualquier delito. Cada vez más se empiezan a probar por medios digitales y no por medios físicos. Y en este sentido se produce un cambio de paradigma del proceso penal y también de la cooperación internacional en materia penal. Porque si, como ustedes ven en ese mapita así, con las flechitas que van y vienen, la información yo la tengo diseminada por el mundo, esto va a involucrar también cambios importantes en lo que tiene que ver con la cooperación internacional. Se produce un cambio importante también en lo que es la vinculación entre sector público y sector privado en lo que tiene que ver con las investigaciones penales. Ya no es lo mismo que lo que veíamos antes, sino que en la medida en que gran cantidad de estas pruebas están en poder del sector privado, se requieren nuevas estrategias de cooperación, algunos lo podrán llamar de regulación, pero si no será de cooperación del sector público con el sector privado. Y aquí un primer tema. Empieza a ser ya fundamental, si bien esto se advierte ya desde hace una década, pero ahora se advierte de una manera fundamental, la importancia de que las reformas sean homogéneas para la cooperación internacional, que las reformas que hagamos a nivel normativo se den de manera homogénea, y aquí la importancia que yo creo que tiene la Convención de Budapest, que voy a nombrar varias veces a lo largo de esta charla, como un modelo de normativa, tanto penal, procesal, como de cooperación internacional. ¿Por qué resalto tanto también el tema de la normativa? Porque al haberle señalado que el COVID actuó como un proceso acelerador, o sea, que lo que generó es que cuestiones que iban a cambiar en nuestro mundo y que iban a modificar cómo funcionan nuestros sistemas penales, se haya acelerado, y entonces el reemplazo de la prueba física por la prueba digital se dio de una manera tan rápida que el proceso que había de modificación normativa, de adecuación de nuestras normas, no se llegó a generar. ¿Vieron cómo nos dicen también que el sistema de salud no estaba preparado para la pandemia? Obviamente eso es muchísimo más grave, pero tampoco nuestro sistema normativo en todo el sistema penal, incluida la cooperación internacional, estaba preparado para este nuevo desafío de que nos cambiara el paradigma de cómo se iban a investigar los delitos y de cómo iba a ser la cooperación internacional en materia penal. Acá un corte regional. Esto no significa que la Convención de Budapest no haya tenido gran influencia en el resto del mundo, pero me quiero referir un poquito a qué es lo que sucede en la región. Y este mapa es bastante gráfico, porque si ustedes toman las Américas, ustedes ven en verde los países que ya son miembros de la Convención, y ven una gran importancia a nivel regional, tanto desde el punto de vista de que son muchos los países que están ya involucrados en el proceso de la Convención, sino también, esto es muy importante, que esto nos da una posibilidad de participación en las discusiones futuras que se dan en el seno del comité que maneja el funcionamiento de la Convención de Ciberdelito, nos da una trascendencia como bloque regional de las Américas y también como bloque de América Latina, si nos separáramos de la situación de Canadá y Estados Unidos. Fíjense que Canadá, Estados Unidos, México ha pedido ya la adhesión y está en proceso. Brasil, que es un país que había sido reacio a la incorporación a la Convención, está haciendo el trámite de adhesión. Y bueno, Colombia, Perú, los países que ustedes ven ahí marcados, marcan una tendencia regional que se acrecienta también si uno toma cuáles son las recomendaciones, las últimas recomendaciones de los organismos regionales. OEA, Mercosur y el Foro de Presidentes de los Poderes Legislativos de la Cuenca del Caribe, que se han pronunciado recientemente sobre la importancia de adherir a la Convención de Budapest y han recomendado la adhesión a la Convención de Budapest. ¿Qué es lo que hace la Convención de Budapest? La Convención de Budapest tiene una parte que armoniza las normas penales, otra parte que armoniza normas procesales y después tiene un capítulo de cooperación internacional. ¿Cuál fue la gran virtud que tuvo? Piensen que esta convención en este sentido es vieja, en el sentido de cuando fue redactada, se aprueba en el año 2001, en el marco del Consejo de Europa. Para los que no conozcan sobre cómo fue la historia, la convención se hace en el marco del Consejo de Europa, pero con una intención de alcance internacional, o sea, como un convenio de cooperación internacional en materia penal abierto a todo el mundo. De hecho, hoy son 65 países miembros ya. Obviamente, todos los países del marco del Consejo de Europa, todos los países europeos con los que tenemos una enorme tradición de cooperación, más Estados Unidos, Canadá, Australia, Israel, por poner ejemplos de países con los que tenemos una gran tradición de cooperar en materia penal, que forman parte de la Convención y que tienen trascendencia desde el punto de vista de lo que es el intercambio de evidencia digital. ¿Qué advirtió la Convención? Que había que tener estandarizado normas penales, pero que también había que tener normas procesales, que no alcanzaba nada más con que tener normas penales. Y algo importante de estas normas procesales, ahora después las vamos a dar muy brevemente, es que estas normas procesales están pensadas no para la investigación de los cibercrímenes, sino para la investigación de los cibercrímenes, los delitos cometidos a través de medios informáticos y cualquier delito que se cometa en el cual sea necesario investigar con evidencia digital. Parece que hubieran visto el futuro en ese sentido, porque advirtieron que en este momento que estamos ahora, que todos los delitos se van a investigar utilizando mucha tecnología, era necesario que la Convención tuviera normas procesales que sirvieran para todo, para la investigación de cualquier delito. Ahora, como hecho trascendente, tienen también un capítulo de normas de cooperación internacional que está hecho en espejo con las normas procesales. O sea, todo lo que está como normas procesales prevé también su faz de aplicación cuando uno lo requiere en el marco de la cooperación internacional. Para poner un ejemplo clásico, yo voy a tener una medida procesal del derecho interno, que es el aseguramiento de datos, cuando necesito pedirle a un proveedor que un dato no lo borre, como una medida cautelar probatoria. Si ese proveedor está en el extranjero, en algún servidor de un país miembro, lo voy a poder hacer también a nivel internacional tomando la norma que está en espejo de la norma procesal en el marco de la cooperación internacional. Estos son los delitos que están previstos. Como ustedes ven, están los delitos que se entendieron en una primera época como delitos informáticos clásicos. No dejo de advertir que hay hoy una serie de nuevas conductas delictivas que requieren probablemente también incorporarse. Hoy han surgido nuevas conductas que los países deberán decidir si tipifican o no, y no solo formas diferentes de abuso sexual de menores, como puede ser el grooming, que no fue previsto en la Convención en ese momento, sino también la decisión sobre si la suplantación de identidad como un acto preparatorio debe ser delito, como un acto preparatorio de otros delitos, requiere un adelantamiento de la punición para que sea un delito autónomo, todo lo que tiene que ver hoy con los delitos que pueden significar algún tipo de injerencia en el marco de elecciones, la difusión de noticias falsas, son todas cuestiones. Ahora, este es un marco mínimo de normas penales y esto no quita que los países que adhieren a la Convención pueden tener además otras normas además de estas. ¿Qué es lo que sucede con la evidencia digital y esto que les señalaba de la cooperación internacional? Se transformó paradigmáticamente tanto el proceso penal como la cooperación internacional. Y esto se hizo, además, sin que contemos con normas. Cuando me refiero a cambio de paradigma, me refiero a un cambio total del funcionamiento del sistema. Si parte fundamental del sistema procesal penal de los distintos países, y lo mismo en los convenios de cooperación internacional, es la obtención de prueba, la obtención de evidencia, si yo voy a hacer un cambio de un tipo de prueba a otro tipo de prueba, es evidente que voy a tener un cambio de paradigma en el funcionamiento de todo el texto normativo, o sea que sea un código procesal, o sea que sea una convención internacional de cooperación en materia penal. Y entonces aquí nos aparece la diferencia entre prueba física y prueba informática, la falta de una regulación expresa en los códigos procesales locales, nuevas formas de cooperación internacional en materia penal. Y esto nos trae un problema que es al que quiero hacer mucha referencia, que es, en la medida en que los textos normativos que tengo vigentes de cooperación internacional no me dan soluciones a los problemas de la evidencia digital, empiezan a surgir nuevas formas de cooperación, en donde el sentido, lo que yo he llamado sentido común tecnológico, puede de alguna manera afectar criterios jurídicos. Entonces, por ejemplo, empiezan a surgir un montón de formas de cooperación voluntaria, ya sea de una empresa, o de autoridades judiciales de un país con otro, o de policías de un país con otro, que se dan de manera informal por fuera de los pactos internacionales, que son sumamente útiles, que acentúan la idea de una eficiencia, pero que tienen ese enemigo oculto que yo pongo al final de esta placa, digamos, que es la nulidad como un enemigo oculto de la cooperación internacional informal. ¿Qué significa esto? Que la tecnología me permite hoy hacer determinadas cosas que al no estar reguladas adecuadamente en los textos normativos, tanto en el derecho interno como en la cooperación internacional, me puede generar problemas a la hora de que lo quiera usar en un proceso penal determinado. Estas son las medidas de prueba que tiene prevista la Convención. Son medidas de prueba muy básicas. En eso yo siempre hablo de los viejos desafíos del derecho procesal. Viejos en el sentido de que en la gran mayoría de los países del mundo esto ya está regulado de manera especial. O sea, la claridad de saber que los medios de prueba informáticos requieren medidas de prueba y de investigación absolutamente diferentes y que no sirve aplicar por analogía las normas que están previstas para la evidencia física. Ya está prevista en la gran mayoría de los códigos del derecho europeo continental, por poner un ejemplo, el Código Procesal alemán, el Código Procesal italiano, el Código Procesal español, después de la reforma del año 2015. Ahora, yo lo llamo viejo desafío, pero en la República Argentina y en muchos de los países de la región son todavía desafíos porque no los tenemos regulados en nuestros códigos procesales penales. No tenemos el aseguramiento de datos, no tenemos la orden de presentación prevista con las características que tienen los datos informáticos como elemento de prueba, diferente a lo que puede ser un documento o una cosa. No tenemos previsto la diferencia que hay entre el registro y secuestro de datos en relación a lo que es el registro y secuestro de elementos físicos en el marco de un allanamiento o en el marco de una requisa, y también tenemos muy asimilado lo que es la obtención en tiempo real de datos de tráfico y datos de contenido a la que son las viejas normas de intercepción de comunicaciones telefónicas. Ahora, esto que eran los viejos problemas, trajo ahora en tiempos actuales nuevos problemas. El llamado going dark de las investigaciones, que tiene que ver con muchas de las facultades que da la tecnología de hacer más difícil la investigación de los delitos, no solo de los delitos informáticos, sino de todos los delitos en los que se utilice tecnología, tiene que ver con la encriptación, con el anonimato, la utilización de técnicas de inteligencia artificial para generar técnicas también de captación de datos y utilización de datos a los fines de cometer delitos. Todas cuestiones que tornan sumamente difícil la investigación utilizando esas viejas herramientas que le decía antes. Por ejemplo, si yo tengo una evidencia que necesito y está en un dispositivo que cuenta con claves de encriptación y cuenta con un aseguramiento especial, es muy probable que yo no tenga posibilidades de perseguir y que el Estado se vea enfrentado a la decisión de o hago algo diferente a lo que está previsto o no puedo investigar ese tipo de delitos. Si yo estoy investigando un delito en donde hay un anonimato total en la navegación, es muy probable que sin utilizar nuevas herramientas de investigación tampoco lo pueda hacer. Y así han surgido nuevas formas de investigación y nuevos problemas también, tanto para el derecho procesal como para la cooperación internacional. He señalado algunos. El acceso transfronterizo de datos y la validez de la prueba, tanto la obtenía a través de cooperación asimétrica, o sea, lo que es la cooperación entre una autoridad judicial de un país con una empresa de otro, cuestión que no está prevista en los convenios internacionales, como es la extensión de registro y secuestro de datos desde un dispositivo. Por ejemplo, si alguien me allanara en este momento porque sospecha un delito que he cometido y ingresa a mi computadora, probablemente gran parte de la información esté alojada en servidores que están en extraña jurisdicción. Eso va a requerir lo que se llama una extensión del registro y secuestro desde mi dispositivo a un dispositivo que está en extraña jurisdicción, y esto genera muchísimos problemas en términos de la validez de la prueba. Los rastrillajes, el uso de datos obtenidos en fuentes abiertas, el agente encubierto digital y las entregas vigiladas, los datos de localización, biovigilancia, drones, técnicas remote forensic, son todas cuestiones que los países han ido generando para dar, por ponerlo de alguna manera, luz a eso que era el going dark en las investigaciones. Entonces tenemos este esquema, tenemos dificultad para investigar con los medios de prueba tradicional, genero nuevas herramientas para poder investigarlo, pero después tengo que poder tomar la decisión de cuándo las voy a utilizar, porque existen desde el punto de vista tecnológico, pero necesito proteger también garantías individuales y tener un sistema que me permita saber cuándo yo voy a estar habilitado a utilizar estas herramientas que son cada vez más intrusivas de la intimidad. Y acá se genera una carrera entre lo que es dificultad en investigar, nuevas herramientas que permiten destrabar estas dificultades y lo que es protección y regulación desde el punto de vista de las garantías. Esto llevó a que haya muchísimos problemas desde el punto de vista del derecho internacional y todo lo que tiene que ver con la cooperación internacional en materia penal, que hizo que las viejas disposiciones, viejas por llamarlas de alguna manera, de la Convención de Budapest, requirieran de algún tipo de adecuación para prever todo este tipo de dificultades que se estaban dando, no desde el punto de vista de lo que puede ser nada más el derecho interno, sino básicamente en su reflejo en lo que tiene que ver con la relación entre los países y lo que es la cooperación internacional en materia penal. Yo tengo necesidad de acceso transfronterizo de datos, pero también tengo determinadas herramientas de investigación que no respetan fronteras. Para poner un ejemplo, si yo tengo una investigación en donde estoy utilizando un agente encubierto aquí en la República Argentina y está haciendo una investigación en la Deep Web, muy probablemente durante esta investigación no solamente se vincule con sitios que están en la República Argentina o con direcciones IP que están en la República Argentina. Y esto puede significar algún tipo de conflictos desde el punto de vista del derecho internacional, o por lo menos no está previsto. Es muy importante lo que se está discutiendo en el protocolo de la Convención de Budapest. Es un protocolo adicional que se está pensando precisamente para solucionar todos los problemas que le trae a la cooperación internacional la necesidad de obtener datos en extraña jurisdicción o la posibilidad de que los datos no estén alojados en la jurisdicción donde tiene competencia quien está llevando adelante una investigación. Este proceso está pensado terminarlo para fin de año, no puedo garantizarles que se dé, que realmente se culmine, pero es un proceso en el que se está trabajando mucho y que todos los países miembros tienen voz y voto, pero además que trabajan activamente en las discusiones y los debates que se están dando. Solo por poner algunos ejemplos de cuestiones más importantes que se están debatiendo. Formas de cooperación directa con proveedores en extraña jurisdicción, revelación directa de datos en supuesto de emergencia, esto a través de las unidades 24/7. Piensen ustedes que pueden haber situaciones de emergencia en donde el exhorto internacional, los mecanismos de cooperación internacional serían absolutamente ineficientes a la hora de obtener una prueba en entornos digitales. Entonces se prevé que en situaciones de emergencia la autoridad de un Estado pueda requerir esa información a través de canales que van por un sistema diferente al de la cooperación internacional tradicional. Obtención de datos de dominio de las entidades proveedoras, básicamente toda la discusión que se está dando con el alcance del juiz. Fíjense que hasta hace poco uno utilizaba esta herramienta como una herramienta de investigación básica, muy al inicio de una investigación, y hoy hay un montón de datos que no se pueden obtener por la diferencia que hay en regulación de protección de datos, básicamente por la Directiva Europea de Protección de Datos, que impide que se pueda seguir obteniendo datos de la manera que se hacía hasta antes. La extensión de los registros y secuestros a un dispositivo que está en otro país, validez de investigaciones encubiertas, equipos conjuntos de investigación, esto es muy importante, si tenemos un delito que es multijurisdiccional, poder trabajarlo con fiscales que estén en diferentes países mediante acuerdos, y un sistema de garantías especiales y protección de datos personales para todo lo que tiene que ver con la transferencia internacional de datos con fines de investigaciones penales. Algo que es importante señalar, muchas de estas cuestiones que yo estoy enumerando son cuestiones que en el marco de la cooperación informal ya se están dando. Hay una cooperación informal importante en términos de la investigación de delitos informáticos. El problema que tiene esta cooperación informal, como puede ser, por ejemplo, la cooperación entre una unidad especializada de policía en un país respecto a una unidad especializada de policía en otro país, tiene el riesgo de lo que les decía antes, cual que es la fiabilidad y la validez de la prueba. Lo que creo que es importante es que vamos hacia un sistema de cooperación internacional diferente, donde va a haber que validar de alguna manera y formalizar, y que sean mecanismos formales, estos que hoy se están dando de manera informal. Algunas conclusiones, para que nos quede tiempo para las preguntas y para poder debatir algunos de estos temas y para alguna reflexión adicional que me gustaría hacer. Yo creo que el aumento del problema, o sea, el aumento que hemos tenido de ciberdelito, pero también el aumento de las dificultades que hemos tenido en el último tiempo para todo lo que es la obtención de prueba en extraña jurisdicción, creo que nos da una oportunidad para el cambio. A veces la oportunidad viene precisamente de la crisis y nos permite movilizar de manera más rápida a las instituciones en trabajar en encontrar soluciones. Hoy tenemos mecanismos de cooperación, los que están vigentes, que si se interpretan de manera tradicional, y tomando en base la idea del principio de territorialidad, no dan respuesta adecuada no solo a la investigación de los ciberdelitos, sino a la investigación de cualquier delito cuando se necesite evidencia digital. Ninguno de los convenios internacionales vigentes pueden hacer una lectura, tanto los multilaterales como los bilaterales, incluso algunos de los más modernos, sacando algunas cuestiones muy especiales, como son algunas convenciones como la de criminalidad organizada, por ejemplo, que tienen alguna medida que nos podría llegar a servir, no tienen pensada la prueba digital como una prueba en sí misma importante y en la que se dedique un capítulo específico a cómo trabajar en el intercambio de información en relación a estas pruebas. Esta falta de acuerdos internacionales, ¿qué hizo? Hizo que muchos países encontraran soluciones de facto, en la práctica. O sea, por ejemplo, si voy a utilizar una técnica remote forensic, la uso igual, digamos. Si después veo qué es lo que encontré y si me viene información de otro país, después veremos cómo lo resuelvo, si le informo al otro país, si le mando la información. Si tengo que usar un agente encubierto, lo voy a hacer igual. Y han incluso regulado en sus códigos procesales la extensión de registros y secuestros y muchas de las cuestiones que se están debatiendo para que ahora estén en el marco de un convenio internacional. Esto, que fue algo a lo que se llegó por la necesidad y que de alguna manera coadyuva creando costumbre internacional que va a hacer más fácil la discusión de todas estas nuevas medidas, sin embargo, genera un peligro de afectación para las libertades individuales, porque se está realizando fuera de un marco regulativo, fuera de tener en cuenta algunas garantías procesales que pueden ser diferentes de un país a otro y que requieren algún tipo de armonización estatal. Y al mismo tiempo, genera conflicto entre los propios países. Si después nos queda tiempo, hasta podríamos ver algunos ejemplos de discusiones que se han dado en el marco del derecho internacional por la utilización de este tipo de medidas o medios de investigación con carácter transnacional. ¿Alguna propuesta? Creo que debemos trabajar urgente en reformar los que lo necesiten los códigos penales, los que lo necesiten los códigos procesales penales, y que la armonía en la legislación, en el sentido que no todos los códigos tienen que ser iguales, pero la armonización de estándares ayuda a una mejor cooperación internacional. Ya no es un problema solamente de derecho interno, es un problema de derecho internacional público, de una mejor cooperación internacional en materia penal. En este sentido, yo creo que la Convención de Budapest cumple un rol fundamental, no solo como modelo normativo, sino por los recursos que, al ser un proceso en movimiento, es una convención que tiene movimiento constante, o sea, hay notas interpretativas, ahora la discusión de un protocolo adicional, muchos recursos en capacitación, mucha apoyatura técnica, me parece que puede ser muy importante para lograr este objetivo de aunar criterios dentro de la comunidad internacional. Y aquí es que creo que es trascendente la discusión del segundo protocolo, porque sin el segundo protocolo, la Convención de Budapest va a quedar renga, le va a faltar una parte para hacer frente a los desafíos del presente. Creo que vamos hacia nuevos modelos de cooperación internacional más ágiles, mucho más ágiles, en donde es muy difícil la tarea que hay que hacer para armonizar lo que es la necesidad de eficiencia con las garantías adecuadas, y básicamente con todo lo que tiene que ver con la diferencia de protección de datos personales, o sea, regulación de protección de datos personales en culturas absolutamente diferentes. Un gran choque, y que está marcando mucho los debates que se están dando hoy, son las diferencias de criterios sobre protección de datos personales entre la Unión Europea y Estados Unidos. Y un último punto, la capacitación de los operadores. Todo este proceso que se está dando también tiene un proceso que podríamos llamar importante, muy importante, en términos del ámbito en el que se va a dar, que es la discusión de una nueva convención sobre la materia en el ámbito de las Naciones Unidas. Yo creo que es una discusión que hay que dar. A mí me parece que la convención tal cual está planteada por ahora puede llegar a traer más divisiones que acuerdos internacionales. Veo una convención que llega con votos muy divididos al momento de la discusión, y que introduce determinados principios que creo que van a ser difícilmente aceptables por gran parte de lo que es nuestro entorno cultural más cercano, con lo cual creo que, si bien al ser Naciones Unidas me parece que hay que estar ahí, hay que apoyar, hay que debatir, creo que lo que no podríamos perder la oportunidad que siga creciendo el estándar internacional que tenemos dentro del marco de la Convención de Budapest, en la que Argentina es parte, Chile es parte, bueno, todos los países que les he nombrado, sin perjuicio de participar también en las negociaciones de Naciones Unidas, pero no perdiendo el impulso de sumar más países a un marco internacional que sí ya está funcionando, que es el de la Convención de Budapest. Yo creo que es el objetivo que deberíamos lograr. Yo no digo que sea fácil, este para mí es el objetivo que tenemos que lograr. Tenemos que lograr consenso para un sistema de cooperación internacional que permita compatibilizar la libertad en Internet con la necesidad de dotar a la justicia penal de herramientas para la persecución del cibercrimen y la obtención de pruebas en entornos digitales que sea respetuoso de los derechos humanos y garantías individuales. Esto parece sencillo decir, pero muy difícil de lograr cuando uno tiene que compatibilizar tantos sistemas que son diferentes. Ahora, si no logramos esto, está en juego el futuro de la Internet tal cual la conocemos. Y de ahí la importancia que yo le asigno. Y si ustedes se ponen a ver las últimas tendencias, las últimas declaraciones de líderes mundiales, los últimos problemas detectados, si uno no logra un sistema internacional fuerte de cooperación internacional en materia penal para evitar que el ciberdelito sea un problema, pero también para evitar que se utilicen herramientas digitales para la comisión de otros delitos, estamos muy cerca de que algunos países, en esta lucha diplomática que empieza a darse, empiecen a generar Internet diferentes a las Internet que nosotros conocemos, con pasaportes, con controles absolutamente diferentes de contenidos dentro de cada uno de los países, lo cual llevaría a no poder seguir gozando de todos los beneficios y las grandes virtudes que trajo para el mundo esta revolución que fue la revolución de la tecnología. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Espero que Olga que haya cumplido más o menos en tiempo.
Perfecto.
Y obviamente...
Yes, perfect. Now will be at your disposal for any questions that may arise in the audience. Yeah, there are some questions from colleagues and from students from Central America. But I would like to make some reflections. What is the role played by the private sector with these changes in the criminal procedure code? And these agreements, international agreements that are more agile, like Clean Network. In the month of August, not so long ago, this restriction by the United States of having data channeled through through specific places. If we date back to 20 or 30 years ago, having a fragmented internet, what is the role of the private sector for those global companies that have 400,000, 4 million users managed by robots instead of people? What is the role played by these companies in the development of this international cooperation or in this more agile framework agreements that you mentioned? They play a fundamental role. Each company is like a country, and they influence in the decision-making process. So it's when we talk about the crisis as an opportunity, in terms of cybersecurity and the increase of cybercrime in the internet, probably they will be more prone to collaborate and invest more in these processes because the future will depend on it. However, this will bring about geopolitical issues. And my fear is if we don't strike the agreements, we will have a fragmented internet with different principles, different from the internet as we know it that was widely accepted. These provisions make an impact on the private sector, the Argentinian, Chilean, Colombian, Brazilian case. If we approve the additional protocol, prosecutors requesting these companies through international cooperation protocol that they skip the criminal procedure agreement is going to be two-way. An Argentinian company will have to answer to a prosecutor from Germany or from another country. And it's a total paradigm shift for international cooperation. These are like international towards or international cooperation towards a new dynamic in line with the technology. Julio Cruz is asking me another question, and he says if you are aware of the cyber crime law in Nicaragua, and that is in effect over the last 2 weeks. And if you think that the Mercosur effective agreement is a very good news for transnational research or investigation of cybercrime. The Nicaraguan Act, no, I did not see. I don't know if they follow the criteria that was adopted in the meeting of presidents. Connection with the Mercosur agreements, everything that is joint investigation is progress. Striking a balance between the efficiency in investigations or effective investigations and the guarantees, because we don't want surveillance and skipping the procedural steps of a rule of law of the duly process. Miguel is asking from Paraguay in connection with the Budapest Convention is negotiated a binding agreement at the universal level. Do you think that this is timely? That's a UN resolution. If you consider the 65 countries that are already member, plus the observing countries and those that took the Budapest Commission or Convention, I believe that they should be based on this concept. The problem with the UN Convention proposal is that it was created with less consensus, very divided. Probably you have more experience than me in terms of international treaties to be adopted by the UN, but we cannot get this convention passed in less than 5 years. And also principles, the differences in cybercrime analysis, and that is the misconception between cybersecurity and cybercrime.
Dr. Sant, Karina desde México.
Mr. Sant, Karina from Mexico, could you explain if there's an official document issued by an official authority where we can see the chain of custody of digital evidence? Oh, there are many, but there's not one that is binding. Any jurisdiction is adopting their methodology. One thing is procedural rules that can now regulate a protocol of chain of custody. You may find this material in the digital evidence in the Council of Europe. And you have evidence in different public ministries, all the prosecutor's office that they use protocol that are adequate to their procedural rules. Another for Central America. Do you consider that by the ratification of the Budapest Convention by Central American countries that haven't done so, could we have a better enforcement of the cyber crimes committed in social media? Well, it's not a one size fits all solution. The convention is thought for pursuing cybercrime, but not for prevention. When the crime has already committed, is because prevention failed. How can we help with prevention? I don't know if you remember some ad that showed his membership card or credit card that it says belonging to this has its own benefits. That mean it's affordable for certain people, but to be a member of the Budapest Convention gives you many privileges in terms of international cooperation. That is, if you follow the rules of the United States for cloud access, it's not a rule
Pero fíjense que Estados Unidos, una de las cosas que pone, lo que pone el Parlamento americano cuando sanciona la ley, dice, se evaluará al país si cumple con las garantías, con normas penales, con normas procesales. No será necesario este análisis con los países que son miembros de la Convención de Budapest. Y este es un ejemplo. Y cuando una empresa del sector privado de otro país tiene que cooperar, una de las cosas que puede llegar a mirar es si uno forma parte de una convención, como la Convención de Budapest, que tiene un balance entre lo que es una tipificación de delitos, pero también tiene normas protectoras en lo que tiene que ver con datos personales y derechos humanos. Entonces, me parece que puede colaborar en lo que es la persecución del delito, no en lo que es la prevención, y que la prevención va por canales absolutamente diferentes.
Y la última.
And the last question is, what factors prevent so far having countries that do not adhere or join the Budapest Convention? The procedure is too long. It took too long for Argentina to do this. Requires a lot of goodwill. You need to reach consensus. If we had time, I could tell you what the process was in Argentina. We had 3 administrations with a policy of state with 3 different political parties, and we became member countries. The Mexican experience is difficult because Mexico has been in the waiting list for many years because they wanted to adhere to the Budapest Convention, and somehow it was deadlocked there. There's no credibility.
Creo que toda política criminal relacionada con la violencia digital y con los ciberdelitos está en primera plana. Y al estar en primera plana creo que es una muy buena oportunidad para los diferentes países discutir por lo menos a qué sistema de cooperación internacional quieren pertenecer. El que no tenga voluntad política a la Convención de Budapest, capaz tome las normas y tenga algunas normas y no adhiera, digamos, pero por lo menos tiene que tener en claro que va a tener que cooperar con el mundo de alguna manera si quiere de alguna manera perseguir estos delitos. Y es una buena oportunidad para que los parlamentos lo discutan.
Muy bien, Marcos, como siempre, un gusto, un placer.
Marcos, it's been a pleasure having you here and discussing these topics. I always learn from you. And they're all satisfied with your talk. They send greetings from many countries. I cannot see them. I would have loved to see them. Greetings for you, Adriana and Olga, and hopefully we could replicate this material that you have organized here in this event. We are in a Zoom room, and they are in a different Zoom room. And this is all combined, and we have this composed image or composed projection with colors. However, I need to log in as a student. And this is the beauty of virtuality. It has been a great experience. And one thing that we couldn't cut, it was the quality of information or the quality or the number of speakers. So we want to stick to the agenda, and we believe that this is So far, so good. So I thank you for your participation. Having you here is a great honor, privilege. Thank you, and congratulations for the organization. Oscar. Crossing right in front of the camera. Hopefully, we're going to have an in-person event in the future. Stay well, stay healthy. Thank you very much. Greatest for your family as well. Okay. Here, Lucas is going to show us what we have for tomorrow. We have Jocelyn on secure browsing from Panama. Then we will have the gender divide over the internet and the ICT with different perspectives, moderated by Matias Centeno by INTA. What else? Social media and communication. Social media, misinformation and fake news. Diego Navarro is going to address fintech, innovation, other clients, customer service using technology. And Lina Ornelas from Google, digital accelerated adoption by COVID-19. Advantages and challenges. Diego Navarro is in Mendoza, and Jose Vega Gallardo is going to speak from Panama. Talked about new technologies and inclusive technologies. And Joana Catarina Falera is going to talk about cryptocurrency. She's going to be another keynote speaker. And then finally, Michael Pallage addressing digital identity, something new. This is day for tomorrow. So cybersecurity and cybercrime was finished or was addressed here today, and tomorrow social and economic topics. So we're going to resume at 8 o'clock Mexico time, 10 Argentine time. Thank you for being here.